The heaviest burdens are not the ones we carry, but the ones we were never meant to hold. Tonight, we will not fight the storm of what we cannot change. Instead, we will learn to build a shelter within, a quiet space where peace is not a distant shore, but the gentle tide of our own breath. The heaviest burdens are not the ones we carry, but the ones we were never meant to hold. Tonight, we will not fight the storm of what we cannot change. Instead, we will learn to build a shelter within, a quiet space where peace is not a distant shore, but the gentle tide of our own breath. There is a particular kind of weight we accumulate, almost without noticing. It is not the weight of our own choices or our own mistakes, but the weight of other people's words, their perceptions, their disappointments, and their anger. We are told who we are, what we lack, where we have failed in their eyes, and we accept these pronouncements as if they were delivered by fate itself. We carry their judgments like stones in our pockets, and over time, we forget that our pockets were ever meant to be empty. We forget the lightness of just being. This journey we are embarking upon tonight is about that letting go. It is about the gentle but radical act of giving back the burdens that do not belong to you. You cannot control them, the people who have caused you pain. You cannot sail back in time and change their words or their actions. You cannot force an apology, an acknowledgement, or a moment of understanding from a heart that is closed. The path to freedom does not lie in changing them. It lies in healing you. It is the quiet, internal revolution of realizing that your peace does not depend on their transformation, but on your own. And it begins with the first and most intimate place, where we experience our own being, the inner mirror where we see ourselves. Think, for a moment, of your self-perception as a mirror. On a clear day, in a quiet moment, it can reflect you with perfect clarity. It shows your kindness, your efforts, your breath rising and falling. It reflects the simple, unadorned truth of your existence in this moment. But a mirror is a vulnerable thing. It is so easily smudged. A careless fingerprint, a splash of muddy water, a breath of condensation can distort the entire image. The words and actions of others are like this. A harsh criticism is a greasy fingerprint left right over your heart. A cold rejection is a spiderweb crack that fractures your reflection into 1,000 pieces. A dismissive glance can fog the entire surface, making it impossible to see yourself clearly at all. We spend so much of our lives staring into this fogged and fingerprinted mirror, believing the distorted image is the truth. We trace the outlines of the smudges and call them our flaws. We focus on the cracks and believe we are irrevocably broken. We see the distorted, monstrous shapes in the fog, and we believe that this is who we are. We have forgotten what it feels like to see a clear reflection. We have forgotten that the mirror itself is not flawed. It is merely obscured. The purpose of our time together is not to shatter this mirror, but to learn how to gently, compassionately clean it. It is to see what is the mirror, and what is merely a mark left upon it by a hand that was not your own. In a monastery nestled high in the mist-wreathed mountains, there lived a young monk named Cato. He was earnest and devout, with a heart that was as open as the sky above the peaks. His greatest desire was to walk the path of Zen with sincerity, to understand the deep silence his masters spoke of. To Cato, his inner world was like a freshly swept room, simple and in order. When he looked at himself, he saw a student, a beginner, but one who was trying his best. His mirror was clear. It reflected a young man full of hope and dedication. The monastery was led by an old abbot, but the monk Cato admired most, the one whose approval he secretly craved, was Master Jiro. Jiro was the head of discipline, a man who seemed to be carved from the mountain itself. His gaze was sharp, his words were few, and his standards were impossibly high. To receive a nod from Master Jiro was like feeling the warmth of the sun on a cold morning. It was a sign that you were walking the path correctly. One afternoon, Cato was given the task of tending to the Karasonsui, the dry landscape garden. It was a place of profound stillness, composed only of fine white sand and a few ancient moss-covered stones. The task was to rake the sand into patterns that suggested the flow of water, the currents of the ocean. It was a meditation in action, requiring immense focus and a steady hand. For hours, Cato worked. He poured all of his being into the task. He felt the weight of the rake, the soft crunch of the sand, the rhythm of his own breathing. He was not just raking sand, he was creating a map of a quiet mind. When he finally placed the rake against the wall and stepped back, a feeling of deep, quiet satisfaction bloomed in his chest. The lines were clean, the patterns flowed with a silent grace. He had done good work. He had honored the garden. At that moment, Master Jiro appeared, his dark robes swishing silently across the temple floor. He stood beside Cato and looked out. At the garden, Cato held his breath, his heart a fluttering bird in his ribs. He hoped for that rare, warm sun of a nod. Jiro was silent for a long time, his eyes scanning every ripple in the sand. Then he spoke, and his voice was not like the sun. It was like the cracking of ice. "This is not the work of a focused mind," Jiro said, his voice flat and hard. "This is the work of ego. The lines are too perfect, too eager to be seen. You have not been listening to the stones. You have been shouting at the sand." He turned his gaze from the garden to Cato, and it felt as if the temperature of the air dropped. "Your heart is full of noise. You are striving to be a great monk, but you have forgotten to simply be a monk. There is no stillness in you, only ambition. Perhaps this path is not for you." The words did not just land on Cato, they went through him. They were not a critique of his raking. They were a verdict on his soul. The quiet pride he had felt moments before curdled into a cold, sickening shame. He bowed his head, unable to speak, and listened to the sound of Master Jiro's robes disappearing down the hallway. The silence that was left behind was not peaceful. It was a vast, humming emptiness, a confirmation of the judgment that had just been passed. Later that day, Cato went to the old stone well in the courtyard to draw water for the evening meal. As he leaned over the cool, dark opening, he saw his reflection in the bucket of still water. But it was not his face alone that he saw. For the first time, looking back at him from behind his own eyes, from within his own form, was a shadow. It was a murky, indistinct shape, but it was there. It seemed to cling to his shoulders, to twist his familiar features into something grotesque and unfamiliar. It was the shape of Jiro's words. It was the shape of ambition, of ego, of unworthiness. It was the shape of a man for whom the path was not meant. He gasped and pulled back from the well, spilling water onto the stones. He looked at his hands, his own familiar hands, and wondered if the shadow was there too, clinging to his skin. From that day on, the clear mirror of Cato's self was no more. It now held a shadow, and he did not know how to make it leave. We all have a Master Jiro in our lives. It may be a parent, a teacher, a partner, a boss, or even a stranger whose careless words happen to land on a tender part of our soul. They deliver a verdict, they define us, and we, in our open-hearted sincerity, accept their judgment as truth. We take their words and we build a cage for ourselves. Their perception becomes our reality. The profound wisdom of the Zen and Buddhist traditions offers a key to this cage, and it is found in the teaching of Unetta, or no self. This may sound strange or even frightening at first. No self, but I am here. I am feeling this pain. I am listening to these words. Unetta does not mean that you do not exist. It means that you do not exist as a fixed, solid, separate thing. The you that you work so hard to defend, the me that feels so wounded by criticism, is not a stone statue. It is a flowing river. It is a dynamic, ever-changing process of thoughts, feelings, memories, and physical sensations. Think of it. The person you were 10 years ago is not the person you are now. The person you will be in 10 years is not the person you are today. Your cells are constantly replacing themselves. Your thoughts are a ceaseless parade, arriving and departing. Your feelings are like the weather, changing from moment to moment, wherein all of this movement is the solid, unchanging self. The suffering comes because we believe in the statue. We believe there is a permanent me that can be labeled good or bad, worthy or unworthy. So, when Master Jiro tells Cato, "You are not suited for this path," Cato accepts it as a permanent brand on his soul. He believes the statue of Cato has been declared flawed. The shadow he sees in the mirror is his belief in this flawed statue. But what if Cato is not a statue? What if he is a river? The words of Master Jiro are like a heavy, dirty log thrown into the water. It disrupts the flow. It churns up mud and silt. It makes the river ugly and turbulent for a time. But the log is not the river. The river is the water that flows around the log. In time, the river can dislodge the log and carry it downstream. Or the silt can settle, and the water can become clear again. The river's nature is to flow. Your nature is to flow. The words of others, the judgments, the criticisms, they are just logs thrown into your river. They are shadows cast upon your mirror. They are not you. You are the flowing water. You are the clear glass beneath the smudge. The pain is real, but the story that the pain tells, the story that you are the flaw, that you are the shadow is an illusion. Releasing this illusion is the beginning of healing. For Cato, this understanding was a world away. The shadow was no longer just in the well bucket. It was everywhere. When he meditated, the shadow would whisper Jiro's words back to him. No stillness in you, only ambition. When he tried to work in the garden, his hands would tremble, feeling the shadow's weight on his shoulders. He began to avoid his own reflection. He would drink his tea from a rough clay bowl that showed no image. He would walk past the polished temple floors with his eyes downcast. He was trying to live without seeing himself, because when he saw himself, he saw the monster Jiro had revealed. The shadow fed on his fear and his agreement with it. The more he believed he was unworthy, the darker and more solid the shadow became. It was no longer a vague shape. It began to have his features, but twisted into a sneer. It was a caricature of his failure. His once open heart had become a cramped, haunted room where he lived alone with this terrible companion. He was withering, losing the light in his eyes. All because he believed the shadow in the mirror was the truest thing about him. He had given the power of defining him to someone else, and in doing so, he had forgotten the light that was innately his. And now, I invite you, in the safety and quiet of this space, to gently turn your attention inward. You do not need to be afraid of what you will find. We are not looking for flaws. We are simply bringing a soft awareness to the inner mirror of your own mind. Let your breath be slow and deep. With each exhale, feel your body softening, releasing just a little of its tension. Imagine that before you, in the quiet darkness of your closed eyes, there is a mirror. It is your mirror, the mirror of your own heart, your own self-perception. Just notice it. What is its shape? Is it large or small, framed or unframed? There is no right or wrong way for it to be. It is simply yours now, with courage and with great gentleness. Allow yourself to look at the reflection. Do not force anything. Just see what is there. See the image of you that you carry inside. And perhaps you may notice that the reflection is not entirely clear. Perhaps there are smudges on the glass. Perhaps there are fingerprints of old words. Words like "you're not good enough," or "you always mess things up," or "you are too sensitive." See them not as part of you, but as marks left on the surface of the mirror. Can you identify one? A single word, a single judgment left by someone else that you have been carrying as your own. Maybe you can see a shadow, like Cato's, a shadow of failure or disappointment, or of being unlovable. See how it clings to your reflection, how it distorts your true shape. For so long, you may have believed you were this shadow, but look closer now. See that it is superimposed upon you. It is a projection, a story, a dark shape cast by a light that is not your own. It is an echo of a voice that is not yours. The real you is underneath. The clear glass is still there. The light is still there now. Let us begin to clean the mirror. This is not a violent scrubbing. It is an act of profound kindness. Imagine you have a soft, clean cloth. This cloth is made of self-compassion. It is woven from the threads of your own breath. As you breathe in, imagine the cloth gathering a gentle warmth, a golden light. As you breathe out, imagine gently, so very gently, wiping the surface of your inner mirror. Pick one of those fingerprints, one of those hurtful words, and as you exhale, wipe over it with this soft cloth of compassion. You might silently say to yourself, "This is not my truth. This was their pain, not mine." Breathe in, breathe out, and wipe again. I release this judgment. It does not belong to me. Watch as the smudge begins to thin, to fade. It may not disappear all at once, and that is perfectly okay. We are not seeking perfection. We are practicing tenderness. Now, turn your attention to the shadow. See it for what it is, a collection of old fears and borrowed criticisms. It has no substance of its own. It only has the power you give it. With your warm cloth of compassion, with your gentle breath, begin to wipe over the shadow. See the golden light of your compassion beginning to dissolve its edges. See it thinning, becoming transparent. The shadow cannot survive in the light of loving awareness. It is, after all, only a shadow. It thrives in the dark of our non-attention and our fearful belief. Continue this for a few moments, breathing in, gathering warmth and compassion, breathing out, gently wiping the mirror clean. You are reclaiming this space. You are deciding what your reflection will look like. You are taking back the power to define yourself from all the voices of the past. You are remembering that your worth is not found in a reflection, but in the awareness that is looking into the mirror. And now, as the smudges fade and the shadows recede, what is left? Look at the reflection now. It may not be perfect. It may show tiredness. It may show old scars. But it is true. It is you. And beneath it all, can you see a light? A gentle, resilient light that has always been there, waiting patiently behind all the distortions. This is your light. It is your basic goodness. It has never been touched by the words or judgments of anyone. It is pristine. It is whole. It is yours. Can you look into this mirror of your mind and gently wipe away the fingerprints left by others, seeing only the light that was always yours? Rest in that light for a moment. Feel its quiet warmth in your heart. This is your true home, the clear space within. This is the first and most fundamental step to see that the negative image we hold of ourselves is often a reflection of someone else's darkness, not our own. We have cleaned the mirror of the projections cast upon it from the outside. But this leads us to another, deeper question. What about the disturbances that come from within? What do we do with the turbulent storms of our own making, the anger, the grief, the resentment we hold so tightly within our own hearts? Having cleared the mirror, we must now learn to quiet the storms that cloud it from the inside, the tempests we have bottled up, believing we are containing their fury, when we are only trapping our own. We have begun the gentle work of cleaning the mirror, of wiping away the fingerprints of old judgments left by others. And in the clarity that follows, we might feel a momentary peace. But then a fog can roll in, not from the outside, but from a source deep within. This fog is made of our own unsent storms, the powerful emotions we have deemed too dangerous to release. We carry within us entire weather systems of anger, grief, and resentment. We feel the pressure building, the rumble of thunder in our chests, and our first instinct is often to suppress it, to lock it away. We tell ourselves we are being strong, that we are maintaining control. But in this act of containment, we build a prison for ourselves. We become the keepers of our own bottled storms, living in a house filled with sealed jars of old fury, wondering why our hearts feel so heavy and our lives so airless. This is the next step of our journey, to approach these powerful inner energies, not as enemies to be conquered or poisons to be contained, but as natural phenomena to be witnessed, honored, and allowed to pass. We cannot find peace by waging war on our own weather. Peace is found by learning to sit quietly in the shelter of our awareness, watching the storm rage, knowing that we are the sky, not the storm. The sky does not fight the thunder. It simply allows it the space to be, and in doing so, it finds the clear blue stillness that always lies beyond, along a desolate and beautiful stretch of coastline, where granite cliffs met the ceaseless churning of a cold, grey ocean. There lived an old woman named Ilara. Her cottage was perched precariously, close to the edge, as if in a constant, silent dialogue with the sea. She was a woman weathered by time and salt spray, her face a map of deep lines, her hands gnarled and strong like the roots of the cliffside shrubs. She lived alone, and her life was governed by a single, solemn duty. She was the keeper of the sea's fury, when the sky would darken and the wind would begin to howl its mournful song. Ilara did not bolt her shutters or retreat to the hearth. This was when her work began. She would pull on a heavy oilskin coat, her grey hair whipping about her face, and gather her tools, a collection of empty glass jars with heavy cork stoppers. With a grim determination, she would make her way down the treacherous path to the shoreline, where the waves, immense and terrifying, crashed against the rocks. The roar was deafening, a symphony of pure, untamed power. The air was thick with the taste of salt and the kinetic energy of the storm, while others would see only chaos. Ilara saw rage. To her, the ocean was a vast, tormented being, possessed by an ancient and inconsolable anger. And the sea foam, that frothy, churning spittle flung from the crest of each crashing wave, was the physical embodiment of its rage. As the waves exploded against the cliffs, sending plumes of spray high into the air, Ilara would deftly move among the rocks, holding her jars open to catch the foam. She would scoop the fizzing, ephemeral substance, quickly sealing the jar before the next wave came to claim it. She worked with a focused intensity, a priestess performing a sacred, dangerous rite. With each sealed jar, she believed she was doing the impossible. She was capturing a piece of the ocean's fury, bottling its rage, and lessening its power to destroy. She was, in her own mind, bringing a measure of calm to a world of chaos. Year after year, storm after storm, Ilara continued her work, and over time, the inside of her small cottage transformed. It was no longer a home. Surface stood the glass jars, thousands of them. The oldest jars, from decades past, held nothing but a fine, crystalline powder of dried salt at the bottom. The newest ones still held the damp, ghostly shapes of captured foam. They crowded the window sills, turning the bright light of day into a dim, murky green, the color of being underwater. They lined the shelves, stood in silent rows on the floor, and filled the bedroom, leaving only a narrow path to her small cot. The air inside was thick, still, and heavy with the scent of old salt and dust. It was the smell of something sealed. A way of energy denied its release. The silence was profound, not the peaceful silence of a sanctuary, but the tense, watchful silence of a prison. And Ilara, the keeper of this prison, was not at peace. She had spent a lifetime trying to manage the anger of the ocean, but her own heart was a turbulent sea. She was brittle and sharp, her movements quick and agitated. A deep furrow was permanently etched between her brows. Her sleep was shallow and filled with the sound of crashing waves. By trying to contain the perceived storm outside, she had succeeded only in perfectly replicating it within herself. The thousands of sealed jars were a mirror of her own heart, filled with 1,000 unexpressed resentments, 1,000 moments of anger, 1,000 griefs, all meticulously collected and sealed away where they sat, generating an immense, silent pressure that was slowly, steadily breaking her from the inside out. So many of us are like Ilara, we are the keepers of our own unsent storms. We may not use glass jars, but we have our own methods of suppression. We bottle our anger behind a tight-lipped smile. We push down our grief with the cork of busyness. We seal away our resentment with the story that it's better not to make. A fuss. We look at these powerful emotions as flaws in our character, as dangerous energies that, if released, would cause untold damage to ourselves and others. And so we become their jailers, spending enormous amounts of our life force holding the lids down tight. The great illusion in this is that a suppressed emotion is a managed emotion. It is not. An emotion is energy, pure energy. And the first law of energy is that it cannot be destroyed. It can only be transformed. When we bottle the raw energy of anger, it doesn't vanish. It simply changes form. It curdles into bitterness. It leaks out as sarcasm and passive aggression. It solidifies into chronic muscle tension in our shoulders and jaw. It turns inward, becoming depression or anxiety. The energy we spend holding the lid on the jar is the very energy we need to live, to love, to create, to feel joy. We are living in a state of constant, low-grade internal warfare, and we wonder why we are so tired. The wisdom of the Zen path offers a radically different approach. It is the practice of mindful observation. It does not ask you to deny the storm, nor does it asks you to become the storm and wreak havoc. It asks you to become the witness of the storm. It asks you to grant the emotion the right to exist as a temporary energetic event within the vast open space of your awareness. Imagine you are standing inside your house on a stormy day. You hear the wind howl. You see the lightning flash. You feel the rumble of the thunder in your bones. You do not run outside and try to fight the wind. You do not try to catch the lightning in a bottle. You simply notice it. Ah, you might say, the wind is very strong today. You acknowledge its presence and its power without identifying with it. You do not say, I am the wind. You say, I am here, and the wind is happening. You are the house, the shelter, the awareness. The storm is the temporary weather. In the same way, when a wave of anger rises within you, you can learn not to be swept away by it, but to say, ah, here is anger. You can feel its heat in your chest, the clenching in your fists, the rush of energy through your limbs. You can witness it as pure sensation, without immediately leaping to the story behind it. The story of who wronged you, of how unfair it is, of what you should have said. The story is what feeds the storm, what makes it linger for days or years. The raw energy of the emotion itself, when witnessed without judgment, often passes through us in less than 2 minutes. It is a cleansing fire, not a destructive one. If we only allow it the space to burn and pass, one clear, calm afternoon, after a week of violent storms, a traveling monk appeared on the path to Alora's cottage. He was a man with a peaceful face and eyes that saw things as they were. He had heard tales in the village of the strange sea witch who bottled the storms. Intrigued, not by superstition, but by the scent of a deep human suffering, he had come to see for himself. Elara was suspicious, her voice as sharp as a shard of shell when she opened the door a crack. But the monk did not flinch. He simply smiled, bowed, and asked for a cup of water. Reluctantly, she let him in. He sat at her small table, his calm presence a stark contrast to the suffocating tension of the room. He looked around at the thousands of jars, his gaze full of a quiet curiosity, not judgment. After a long silence, he looked at Elara. "This is a great work," he said, his voice gentle. "You must be very dedicated. Tell me, he continued, looking toward the calm, sun-dappled ocean outside. Does the sea seem calmer to you now, after all these years of your care? The question was simple, but it pierced through decades of Ilara's certainty. She followed his gaze out the murky window. The sea was glittering and peaceful, but she knew, with a certainty that chilled her, that another storm would come. It always did. Her work had changed nothing. No, she admitted, the word a small, rough stone in her throat. It is never calm for long. The rage always returns. The monk nodded slowly, his eyes full of compassion. He picked up one of the jars. From the table, an old one, caked with dust. What if the sea is not angry? He asked softly. The mountain is not angry when it is tall. The sun is not angry when it is hot. What if the sea is simply being the sea? Its nature is to be vast and deep and powerful. Its nature is to have storms and to have calm. It is not a rage. It is just its truth. He looked from the jar to her eyes. What if the rage you have been so carefully bottling all these years is not the sea's? With immense care, the monk worked the old, dry cork from the mouth of the jar. Ilara flinched, bracing herself for some terrible release of energy, some explosion of contained fury. But there was nothing, no sound, no force, only the faint, dusty smell of ancient salt. The power was gone. The storm was an illusion. The monk held the empty jar in his hands and looked at her. And in that moment, Ilara understood. The prison was not on her shelves. The prisoner was her. The storm was not in the ocean, but in her own heart. A storm of unwept tears, of unspoken grief, of a rage she had never allowed herself to feel, but had instead projected onto the vast, indifferent face of the ocean. A single, hot tear, the first in decades, traced a path through the salt and dust on her cheek. It was the first drop of a thaw. And now, bring this story home, into the quiet cottage of your own being. Let your body settle, your breath find its own easy rhythm. We are not here to break the jars, but to understand what they hold. Bring your awareness to the space of your heart, and imagine, just for a moment, that there is a shelf there, a long shelf that runs through the center of your being. Take a gentle, courageous look at what sits on your shelf. What jars have you placed there? You do not need to read every label, just notice their presence. Perhaps there is a jar for a betrayal by a friend, a jar for the harsh words of a parent, a jar for a deep disappointment, a loss, a dream that died, a jar for the anger you felt was not safe to express. See them there. Acknowledge their weight. Feel in your body the immense energy it has taken to keep all these lids on tight, to keep all this old weather contained. This is the source of so much of our exhaustion. Just acknowledge this great effort with compassion. You are only trying to protect yourself. You are only trying to survive now. Let us practice a gentle uncorking. Let your eyes find one jar on your shelf, perhaps not the biggest or the scariest one, just one that feels accessible today. In your mind's eye, reach for it. Feel its texture. Notice its label. And instead of focusing on the story of why it's there, simply bring your attention to the feeling of it in your body. Where does this bottled storm live in you? Is it a tightness in your throat, a heat in your stomach, a heavy ache in your chest? Just be with the physical sensation. This is the raw energy of the emotion before the mind turns it into an endless drama. Now, using your breath as the key, we will gently loosen the cork. As you take your next breath in, imagine you are breathing directly into that sensation in your body. not to fight it, but to surround it with warm, open, accepting space. And as you breathe out, imagine you are turning the cork just a little. Imagine a tiny wisp of stale air escaping, a little bit of that old pressure being released. Breathe in again, bringing more space, more warmth, more acceptance to the physical sensation. And as you breathe out, loosen the cork a little more. You are not unleashing a destructive force. You are simply letting the air in. You are allowing the stagnant energy to move, to dissipate, to rejoin the vast atmosphere of your being. This is not a violent act. It is an act of liberation. Feel the subtle release, the slight lightening of the load as you let this old energy go. You are learning that you are the house, and this is just weather. You are safe. You are the sky. What storm have you been holding on to, believing it was too dangerous to feel? And can you, right now, grant yourself permission to stop holding the lid down so tightly? Can you grant yourself permission to simply watch it pass, knowing that you are the unchanging sky, and that peace is the stillness that waits on the other side? When we allow these old storms to finally pass, when we let the stale air from the sealed jars, we may find that the landscape of our heart has been changed. The storm has passed, but it has left behind empty spaces, torn branches, and a sense of loss. We have released the anger, but now we must contend with the wound. And so our work turns from managing storms to mending the fabric of our lives, to learning how to weave these new, empty spaces not into a pattern of brokenness, but into a tapestry of resilience and grace. Having uncorked the bottled storms, we may find a strange quiet settles in their wake. The roar of resentment fades, the heat of anger cools, and we are left standing in the altered landscape of our own hearts. There is a sense of relief, but it is often accompanied by a new awareness, an awareness of the spaces that have been left behind. The storm has passed, but it may have taken a tree, a roof, a part of the world we thought was permanent. Releasing the anger at a loss does not erase the loss itself. We are left with a hole in the fabric of our daily lives, a frayed edge where something or someone used to be. Our immediate instinct is often one of panic. We see the gap, the tear in the story we were telling ourselves, and we want to fix it, to patch it up so perfectly that no one will ever know it was there. We want to rewind the story to before the thread was pulled. But this is a battle against reality itself, a struggle that only deepens the wound. The next phase of our healing journey, then, is not about frantic repair. It is about the sacred art of mending. It is about learning to see the empty spaces not as signs of failure, but as invitations for a new kind of creation. A new kind of beauty we could never have imagined when the tapestry of our life was still, perfectly whole. In a sun-drenched valley, there lived a woman named Anya, who was a master weaver. Her loom was the center of her world, and on it, she wove the story of her life. The threads were her days, her emotions, her experiences, and the colors were the people she loved. Over many years, she had been working on a single, magnificent tapestry. It was her life's masterpiece, and it depicted the world she had built with her partner, Leo. It was a sprawling, intricate vision of shared joy. There were threads of deep indigo for their quiet evenings, threads of brilliant saffron for their shared laughter, and threads of soft green for the garden they tended together. Every memory, every inside joke, every quiet promise was a knot, a color, a pattern woven into the whole. Anya's skill was so profound that the tapestry seemed to breathe, to hold the warmth of their life together. At its very center, the heart of the entire composition, she had woven their two figures, She had used the rarest, strongest threads, intertwining their forms so seamlessly that they appeared to emerge from a single point, their colors bleeding into one another, creating a pattern of union that was vibrant, strong, and seemingly permanent. To Anya, this tapestry was not just a representation of her life, it was her life. It was her identity, her proof of happiness, her vision of a perfect and unending story. It was whole, complete, and beautiful, and she could not imagine it any other way. Then one day, a thread was pulled. It happened not with a violent tear, but with a quiet finality. Leo left. His departure was a single, clean pull on one of the central threads that made up his form in the tapestry, and the effect was devastating. As that single thread was withdrawn, the intricate knots around it began to loosen. The vibrant colors of their shared life seemed to bleed out. The figure of Leo unraveled, and then Anya's own figure, so tightly woven with his, began to sag and lose its shape. A gaping, frayed hole appeared at the very heart of her masterpiece. The surrounding patterns, once held taut by the strength of the center, now drooped. The entire tapestry, which had once felt so strong and coherent, now seemed fragile, chaotic, and ruined. Anya stared at the hole, at the raw dangling threads where the image of their union had been. It was more than an empty space. It was an accusation. It was a declaration of failure. Her first feeling was not grief, but a frantic, desperate denial. This was a mistake, a flaw, a tear that could be mended. She refused to accept the hole's existence. Her life's work could not be broken. She would simply fix it. She would weave it back to the way it was. And so began Anya's season of futile mending. She sat at her loom day and night, her movements no longer graceful and meditative, but jerky and desperate. She tried to reweave the central figures, using the same indigo and saffron threads from her collection. But the new threads were too bright. They didn't match the originals, which had been subtly faded by years of sunlight. The new pattern she tried to force into the space was stiff and lifeless. It didn't have the easy, flowing grace of the original. Her attempts to hide the damage only made it more conspicuous. The edges of the hole, when she tried to stitch them together, puckered and warped the surrounding fabric, creating an ugly, raised scar. The more she worked, the more the tapestry looked like a wounded thing. The hole seemed to mock her, refusing to be erased. Her frustration grew into a quiet rage. Her grief soured into a deep despair. She was no longer a weaver. She was a fighter. At war with a piece of her own story, a battle she could never win because the past could not be She was trapped in a cycle of resisting what was, her fingers raw, her heart breaking over and over again with each failed stitch. Anya's struggle is a perfect portrait of how we often deal with loss. A relationship ends, a friendship changes, a dream dissolves, and a hole appears in the tapestry of our life. And our first, most human response is to say, "No, I will fix this. I will make it as it was." We try to fill the empty space with old memories, replaying what we could have done differently. We try to patch the hole with distractions or new relationships that are meant to be exact replicas of the old. We fight the reality of the empty space because we have been taught to equate wholeness with perfection and holes with failure. The Buddhist teaching of anicca, or impermanence, offers a path out of this painful struggle. It is one of the foundational truths of our existence. Everything changes. Everything is in a state of flux. Our relationships, our bodies, our thoughts, our world, they are not static things. they are flowing processes. To build a tapestry and expect it to remain unchanged forever is to set ourselves up for suffering. The threads will fade, the colors will shift, and sometimes threads will be pulled. Acceptance of impermanence doesn't mean we have to like the changes. It doesn't mean we are happy about the loss. It simply means we stop fighting the fact that it has happened. We stop trying to weave a past that is gone, and we turn to face the reality of the tapestry as it is today, holes and all in Japan. There is an art form called kintsugi, which means to join with gold. When a beautiful piece of pot, bowl, a cup, a vase is broken, it is not thrown away. Instead, it is painstakingly put back together by a master craftsman who uses a special lacquer mixed with powdered gold, silver, or platinum. The result is a piece of pottery where the cracks are not hidden, but are transformed into beautiful, shimmering veins of gold. The philosophy of kintsugi is that the object is more beautiful for having been broken. The scars are a part of its history, a testament to its journey and its resilience. The breakage is not the end of its life, but an event that gives it a new, unique, and precious beauty. This is a powerful metaphor for healing the human heart. We are not meant to hide our scars. We are not meant to pretend our hearts have never been broken. The goal of healing is not to return to the naive, unbroken state we were in before. The goal is to become a work of kintsugi. It is to mend ourselves with the gold of self-compassion, to trace the lines of our losses with the wisdom we have gained, to illuminate our wounds with the light of our own resilience. A heart that has been broken and mended with gold is stronger at the broken places, and it holds a beauty that an unbroken heart can never know. One evening, as Anya sat slumped in despair before her ruined tapestry, her old teacher, a wise Zen nun named Setsuko, came to visit. Setsuko had taught Anya how to weave as a child. She looked at the tapestry, at the gaping hole and the ugly, puckered stitches of Anya's frantic repairs. She looked at Anya's face, etched with exhaustion and grief. She sat beside her and for a long time said nothing. She simply bore witness to the pain. She did not offer empty platitudes like "you'll get over it" or "you can fix it." She knew better. Instead, she reached into the sleeve of her robe and pulled out a small wooden spool. On it was wound a thread Anya had never seen before. It was not wool or silk or cotton. It was thread spun from pure, shimmering gold. Setsuko placed the spool in Anya's hand. "You cannot reweave what is gone," the nun said softly. "To try is to weave a lie, and a tapestry of lies has no beauty. Stop trying to hide the hole. The hole is now part of the story." She gently touched the frayed edge of the empty space. "Your work now is not to fill this space, but to honor it. Do not try to recreate what was. Weave what is. Weave the story of what you learned. Weave the story of the strength you found. Use this golden thread. Let the light into the broken places." Anya looked at the golden thread shimmering in her palm, and then at the hole. For the first time, she saw it not as a mistake, but simply as a space, an emptiness that was real, a truth. The nun's words settled in her heart, and something shifted. The desperate fight inside her subsided, replaced by a quiet, trembling acceptance. She took the spool to her loom. She did not try to make the shapes of two figures again. That story was over. Instead, she took the golden thread and began to weave at the edge of the hole. She followed its frayed contours, outlining the shape of her loss in shimmering gold. And from that golden border, she began to weave new patterns. She wove spirals of solitude, stars of newfound insight, and flowing rivers of tears that turned into rivers of peace. The gold caught the light, making the empty space the most radiant, most compelling part of the entire tapestry. It no longer looked broken. It looked transformed. It was the story of a life that had known a great love, suffered a great loss, and had found a way to weave that loss into a new and even more profound beauty. Now, in the stillness of your own mind, allow yourself to see your life as a great tapestry. Bring its image gently before you. See its unique colors, its intricate patterns, the story it tells. It is a work of art, this life of yours, with kindness. Allow your gaze to drift to the places where the threads are worn, to the places where the fabric is frayed, and with courage, allow yourself to notice the holes, the spaces left behind by people, by dreams, by versions of yourself that are no more. Do not be afraid of them. Do not judge them as flaws. For tonight, just see them as part of the story. Feel the truth of them. Acknowledge the ache of the empty space. It is real. It deserves to be honored now. Imagine that you are being handed a spool of golden thread. This thread is made of your own unique medicine for healing. Perhaps it is spun from self-compassion. Perhaps it is spun from the love of the friends who remain. Perhaps it is spun from your own resilience, your own quiet strength that has carried you this far. Perhaps it is spun from a new passion, a new purpose that is waiting to be born. Take this golden thread and in your mind's eye, begin to weave. Don't try to cover the hole. Don't pretend it isn't there. Approach its edge with reverence and begin to outline the shape of the space with your shimmering golden thread. Trace the contours of your loss, not with the energy of regret, but with the energy of love and kindness. As you weave, you are not erasing the past. You are integrating it. You are saying, this happened. This pain was real. And my healing, my resilience, my capacity to love again, that is real too. Watch as you weave new patterns with this golden thread. See how it illuminates the darkness. See how it transforms a wound into a work of art. Your life's tapestry may not be the one you originally planned, but perhaps it can become something even more beautiful. Not a story of seamless perfection, but a story of authentic, radiant, golden repair. What golden thread of self-compassion can you weave into the spaces that feel broken, turning a scar into a beautiful, unique part of your design? As we learn this sacred art of mending, we may find a new piece with the design of our lives. Yet, even as our hands weave new golden patterns, our hearts can sometimes remain tethered to the past. We may look at our beautifully mended tapestry and still feel the pull of how it used to be before the tear. We can become anchored not in the reality of our present strength, but in the memory of a harbor that no longer exists, a phantom place of safety that keeps us from truly sailing on. We learn the sacred art of mending with threads of golden compassion. We trace the outlines of our losses, transforming the holes in our life's tapestry into patterns of resilience and light. A new kind of beauty emerges, one that is deeper and more honest than the seamless perfection we once cherished. And yet, even as our hands learn to weave this new reality, our hearts can remain haunted by the ghost of the old design. We can sit before our beautifully mended tapestry and find our eyes searching for the colors that are no longer there, our fingers tracing the memory of a pattern that is gone forever. A part of us can remain stubbornly, painfully anchored in the past. We find ourselves living in the present, but with our heart moored to a phantom harbor, a place of memory that we believe is still safe, still real, preventing us from ever truly setting sail on the sea of what is. This is the subtle trap of memory, the quiet suffering of attachment. It is the refusal to believe that the harbor we loved is truly gone. We drop our anchor in a thick fog of nostalgia and wishful thinking, and we wait for the mists to clear, certain that we will find the sanctuary we remember. But the world has moved on, the landscape has changed, and the only thing holding us captive is the weight of our own anchor and the steadfastness of our own refusal to see what is true. Our journey now takes us into this fog, to find the courage not to see into the distance, but to simply pull up the anchor that holds us in place. Imagine a sailor named Kalong. For weeks, he had been wrestling with a vicious storm, anchored to a dream that has no foundation in reality. The Buddhist teachings call this powerful force updana, which translates as clinging, grasping, or attachment. It is considered one of the primary roots of our suffering. It is the desperate grasp of the hand onto something that is, by its very nature, slipping away. We cling to pleasure, we cling to youth, we cling to security, we cling to people, we cling to ideas of who we are. And in this clinging, we create a tension, a resistance, against the natural, flowing current of life. Life is, as we have explored, defined by anicca, or impermanence. It is a ceaseless river of change. To drop an anchor in a river is a futile and painful act. The boat is held back while the water rushes on, creating a terrible strain, a groaning, protest against the nature of things. The suffering of the phantom harbor is that it feels like safety, but it is actually a trap. It prevents us from discovering new harbors, real harbors that may be waiting just beyond the fog. It keeps us slowly starving in the name of a memory of sustenance. The cure is not to have a clearer map of the future. The cure is the willingness to pull up the anchor in the midst of the fog. It is the raw courage to release our white-knuckled grip on the past, to let go of the need for certainty, and to allow ourselves to drift in the unknown reality of the present moment. This is one of the bravest acts of the human heart. On the morning of the 5th day, as Kalen sat slumped against the mast, his throat parched and his hope worn thin, he heard a sound. It was not the bell he had been waiting for. It was a voice, a woman's voice, calling from the unseen shore. It was raspy with age, but it cut through the thick fog with an unnerving clarity. "Sailor," the voice called out. "Sailor on the water. What are you anchored to? There has been no harbor here for 20 years. Kalen shot to his feet, a surge of defiant anger coursing through him. Who was this person to challenge his reality, the one thing he was clinging to? "You're wrong, old woman," he shouted back, into the white void. "I know this place. This is the harbor of my youth. I'm waiting for the fog to clear." His voice cracked with a desperate conviction. There was a pause, and then the voice returned, softer now, tinged not with argument, but with a deep, sad wisdom. "I have lived on this cliff for 80 years, sailor. I watched you sail in, following a ghost. The great storm of 2 decades ago took the village. The sea broke down the walls. The bell fell into the water. It is all gone. There is nothing here but rock and memory. You have dropped your anchor in open water. The only thing you are anchored to is your own mind." The old woman's words hung in the silent, foggy air. They were the one thing Kalen could not argue with, because deep down, in the part of himself he had been silencing for days, he knew she was telling the truth. The silence, the lack of a bell, the dwindling supplies, it was all evidence he had refused to see. He had not found a harbor. He had only found his own desperate need for one. Let the echo of that old woman's voice travel across the water and into the quiet harbor of your own heart. Sailor, what are you anchored to? Allow yourself, with great gentleness and honesty, to ask this question of yourself. What phantom harbor are you anchored to? Bring to mind the places in your life where you feel stuck, where you feel you are waiting for something to return to how it was. Is it the memory of a love that is over, a time when you felt happy and secure? Are you anchored there, waiting for that person or that feeling to return while your present life drifts by? Is it the memory of a version of yourself that you liked? Betterer, younger, healthier, more hopeful you? Are you anchored to that past self, unable to fully embrace the person you are today? Or is it a dream of the future, a fantasy so perfect that it makes your real life seem pale and insufficient? Now, in your mind's eye, feel the reality of this anchor. Feel its immense weight deep inside you. Feel the tension in the chain as it holds you fast against the gentle, ever-present currents of time and change. Notice the energy it takes to maintain this state of being stuck. The constant vigilance, the performance of waiting, the denial of the evidence that the harbor is gone. It is exhausting. This is the source of so much of our weariness. Recognize the fear that keeps the anchor in place. It is the fear of the fog, the fear of the unknown, the fear that if you let go of this memory, there will be nothing else. Twos. Feels safer to be anchored to a ghost than to be adrift in uncertainty. Acknowledge this fear with compassion. It is a deeply human fear. And now, let us perform an act of quiet courage. Let us raise the anchor. Imagine yourself standing at the bow of your ship, your hands on the cold iron crank of the winch. It is heavy, it is stiff from disuse. But you find a strength you did not know you had, the strength of wanting to live in reality, not in memory. You take a deep, steadying breath, a breath of pure courage, and you begin to turn the handle. With a great groan, the chain begins to move. Link by link, it rises from the unseen depths. Each link is heavy with a memory, a hope, a fantasy. See them coming up out of the water. The memory of a shared laugh, the hope of an apology, the fantasy of a different life. You are not destroying them. You are simply releasing their hold on you. You are bringing them into the light and letting them go. Feel the strain in your arms, but keep turning. This is the work of liberation. Finally, with a great splash, the anchor breaks the surface of the water. It is free, and your ship, for the first time in a long time, is also free. It begins to drift. The fog has not lifted. You still cannot see the shore. You do not know where you are going, but you are moving. You are no longer fighting the current. You are joining it. You are alive in the vast, mysterious, and authentic reality of the present moment. What phantom harbor are you anchored to? Can you feel the courage to pull up the anchor, even without seeing clearly through the fog, trusting the currents to guide you to a real shore? As our ship begins to drift freely, released from the grip of the past, we are finally present in our own lives. But the journey is not over. The storms we have weathered and the long years of being anchored in place may have left their mark. We may feel that the ship of our being is now damaged, that we are cracked, that our song has been lost. The next step of our healing, then, is to discover the value in our own beautiful brokenness, and to learn that even a broken instrument can be the source of a new and profound music. We have pulled up the anchor. The ship of our being, released from the phantom harbor of the past, now drifts freely on the waters of the present moment. There is a great liberation in this, a sense of movement after years of stagnation. But in this freedom, we are also confronted with the state of our vessel. The storms we endured have left their marks. The long time spent anchored in the fog has taken its toll. We look at the sails and see tears. We look at the hull and see scars. We feel cracked, damaged, fundamentally altered from the pristine vessel that first set sail. A painful thought can arise in this new, clear space. I am broken. I am no longer whole. My best days are behind me, and my purpose is lost. We believe our worth lay in our flawlessness, and now, faced with our own beautiful, human imperfection, we fall silent, convinced that a broken instrument can no longer make music. Our work now is to challenge this core belief, to discover that our cracks are not the end of our song, but the beginning of a new, more profound, and utterly unique melody. In a monastery perched on a mountain so high that the clouds often felt like a soft carpet below, there lived a young monk named Ren, while others found their path to stillness through silent sitting or the study of ancient texts. Ren found his through music. He was a gifted flutist. His instrument was a simple flute made of dark, smooth bamboo, but in his hands it became a conduit for something sacred. He had cared for it for years, polishing it with camellia oil until it shone with a deep, quiet luster, its surface worn smooth by his fingers. For Ren, the flute was not an object. It was a part of his own body, an extension of his breath, a second voice for his soul. When Ren played, a hush would fall over the monastery. He would sit in the courtyard as the sun was setting, and from his flute would pour a stream of music so pure and clear it felt like liquid moonlight. His melodies were intricate, flawless, and deeply calming. They spoke of soaring cranes, of silent snow, of the perfect stillness at the heart of existence. This music was Ren's offering, his gift, his identity. He was the flute player. His sense of worth, his connection to the community, and his own spiritual pride were all deeply entwined with his ability to produce these perfect, ethereal sounds from his perfect, flawless instrument. He was the vessel for a perfect song. Then, one morning, the world cracked. It happened in the most ordinary way. As Ren was carrying buckets of water from the well, his sleeve caught on the edge of a low table where he had left his flute. He heard a small, almost insignificant clatter, followed by a sharp, dry tick as the flute rolled from the table and struck the cold stone floor. The sound was not dramatic, but it pierced Ren's heart with an immediate, sickening dread. He put down the buckets and rushed to it, his hands trembling as he picked it up. There it was, a thin, dark line running like a jagged vein along the smooth, gleaming bamboo. A hairline fracture, starting near the mouthpiece and zigzagging halfway down its length. To an outsider, it might have seemed like a minor imperfection, a small scar. To Ren, it was a mortal wound. He raised the flute to his lips, his breath catching in his throat. He tried to play his favorite melody, the one that mimicked the song of the wind in the pines. But the sound that came out was a horror. Beneath the notes he was forming, there was a faint, wheezing hiss, a constant, airy leak. The purity was gone. The clarity was shattered. The voice of his soul now had a broken, whistling lisp. His flute could no longer sing its perfect song. It was ruined. A profound silence descended upon Ren's life. He did not try to play the flute again. He wrapped it carefully in a piece of black silk and placed it in a corner of his small cell, like a body laid out for a funeral. To look at it was to look at his own failure. In his mind, the flute's purpose was singular, to produce a perfect melody. Since it could no longer fulfill that purpose, it was now useless. It was just a piece of broken bamboo. But his grief was not just for the instrument. He projected its brokenness onto himself. He was the broken flute. He was the one who could no longer produce the perfect song. His gift was gone. His unique value to the monastery, the one thing that made him special, had been shattered on the stone floor. He withdrew from the community, his once bright eyes now downcast. The evening courtyard fell silent. The other monks missed the music, but they saw the deep, unapproachable grief in Ren and did not know what to say. Ren had tied his entire worth to one specific function, one narrow definition of perfection, and now that it was gone, He believed his worth was gone with it. He was a silent musician, a silenced soul, convinced he had nothing left to offer. How often do we do this to ourselves? We suffer a setback, a career path ends, our health fails, a relationship breaks apart, our physical abilities change. With Ijend, we declare ourselves broken. We had a specific idea of our purpose, a singular song we were meant to sing, and when circumstances make that song impossible, we fall silent. We see the crack, the imperfection, the change, and we label it as damage. We believe our value is in being a perfect, unbroken vessel. We wrap our perceived brokenness in a cloth of shame and hide it away, convinced we are now useless. There is a profound and gentle wisdom in the Japanese Zen aesthetic of wabi-sabi that offers a powerful antidote to this kind of thinking. Wabi-sabi is a worldview that finds a deep and moving beauty in things that are imperfect, impermanent, and incomplete. It is the beauty of things modest and humble, the beauty of things unconventional. It is the quiet, intuitive appreciation of the passage of time and the natural cycle of growth and decay. It is the beauty of an old, moss-covered garden gate, the irregular shape of a hand-thrown tea bowl, the faded colors of an autumn leaf. From a Western perspective, which often prizes flawlessness, symmetry, and newness, a crack is a flaw. From a wabi-sabi perspective, a crack can be the most interesting part of the story. It is a mark of history. It is evidence of a journey. It proves the object has lived a life. It is what makes the object unique. 1,000 flawless, mass-produced flutes are identical, but there is only one flute with this specific crack. Its imperfection is the signature of its authenticity. To apply this to our own lives is a radical act of self-compassion. The scars on our bodies are not flaws. They are the story of our survival. The failures in our career are not marks of shame. They are the lessons that give us wisdom. The heartbreak we have endured is not a sign that we are unlovable. It is the crack that can let a deeper compassion into our hearts. Wabi-sabi teaches us that our worth is not in our imagined perfection. Our truest, most profound beauty lies in our imperfections, in our resilience, in the unique and authentic story told by the cracks we've accumulated. The point is not to avoid the cracks, but to learn to see the beauty in them. The monastery was led by an old abbess, a Zen nun named Koto, whose wisdom was as deep and quiet as the mountain itself. She had watched Ren's light dim and understood the nature of his grief. One afternoon, she came to his cell. He was sitting in silence, staring at the wall. She saw the silk-wrapped shape in the corner. Without a word, she went to it and gently unwrapped the broken flute. Ren flinched, as if she were touching a raw wound. She held the flute up to the light, examining the fine, dark crack. She did not sigh with pity. Her expression was one of quiet, appreciative interest. She did not try to fix it. She did not offer to get him a new one. Instead, she did something strange. She held the flute not like a wind instrument to be blown, but horizontally, like a baton. She walked over to a large, empty clay water pot that stood in the corner of the cell. Holding the flute like a drumstick, she began to tap it gently against the side of the pot. A soft, hollow, resonant thrum filled the small room. She used the long, smooth body of the flute to create a deep, earthy tone. Then she turned it and used the cracked end to tap lightly on the pot's rim, producing a series of soft, rustling teaks, like dry leaves skittering across stone. She tapped her fingers on the body of the bamboo itself, creating yet another layer of sound. She began to create a rhythm. It was a simple, primal beat, the sound of a heart, the sound of rain, the sound of walking on the earth. It was not the ethereal, heavenly music Ren had once played. It was the music of what is, the music of texture, the music of imperfection, the music of a broken thing finding a new voice. She played for a minute, then stopped, the last thrum echoing in the silence. She turned to Ren, whose eyes were wide with a dawning understanding, and gently placed the flute back in his hands. "Its song has not ended, Ren," she said, her voice as calm as a still pool. "It has only changed. Now, I invite you to bring this story into your own body, into your own heart. In the quiet of your own being, let yourself become aware of the ways in which you feel broken. Gently, without judgment, bring to mind the parts of you that feel cracked. It may be a physical body that no longer functions as it once did. It may be an emotional scar from a past trauma. It may be the feeling of failure after a life path took an unexpected, unwelcome turn. It may be the crack of loneliness in your heart. Just allow these feelings, these places, to be present. For a moment, let yourself grieve the song you used to sing. It is okay to miss the feeling of being whole and flawless. It is okay to honor the pain of the break. Feel the sadness, the disappointment. Give it space. This is part of the healing. And now, let us perform the nun's gentle alchemy. Let us pick up our own broken flute. Imagine you are holding this part of yourself, this physical pain, this emotional wound, this perceived failure in your hands. With immense reverence and compassion, see its unique shape, its specific history. Instead of asking the question, how can I fix this? How can I go back to being unbroken? Let us ask a new, more spacious question. Let us ask the question Koto asked with her actions. What new music can this make? Look at your crack, your wound, your imperfection. Has it, perhaps, taught you something? Has living with this pain made you more compassionate to the pain of others? Has this failure given you a humility you lacked before? Has this scar, this change in your life's direction, forced you to find a new kind of strength, of resilience you never knew you possessed? This is the new music. It is not the high, perfect melody of the untouched flute. It is a deeper, more resonant rhythm. It is the music of wisdom, forged in difficulty. It is the music of compassion, born from suffering. It is the music of authenticity, played on an instrument that has known life in all its messy, beautiful reality. Listen for it now. It may not be loud. It may be very quiet. It may be the soft, percussive beat of a heart that is still willing to love, despite having been broken. It may be the gentle, rustling sound of a spirit that has learned to be flexible, to bend without breaking completely. It is the song of your survival, the song of your journey. In what way has your song changed? Can you lean in and listen for the new music your life is making, not in spite of the cracks, but because of them? Can you begin to appreciate the unique, beautiful wabi-sabi rhythm that only you, in your beautiful brokenness, can play? As we learn to hear the new music in ourselves, accepting our changed and imperfect state, a subtle restlessness can still arise. The mind, even when the heart is at peace, loves to ask why. We can become caught in a loop, replaying the moment the flute fell, endlessly analyzing the causes, trying to draw a map of a past event in the desperate hope that understanding it will somehow undo it. We become the map maker of a lost world. Forgetting to live in the new world we now inhabit, we begin to hear the new music. We hold the broken flute of our own experience and discover that its cracks do not mean silence, but rather a new rhythm, a deeper and more authentic song. There is a quiet strength in this acceptance, a peace that comes from embracing the beautiful, imperfect story of our lives as it is. Yet, even as the heart finds its new rhythm, the mind can remain restless. The mind is a tireless detective, an obsessive seeker of reasons. It can accept what has happened, but then it gets caught in an endless, looping question. Why? Why did the flute have to fall? Why did that person leave? Why did that illness strike? Why me? We can become trapped in the labyrinth of our own minds, endlessly retracing the steps that led to the painful event, believing that if we can just create a perfect map of the past, we can somehow gain control over our present pain. We become the lonely cartographer of a lost world, forgetting that our real life is waiting for us in the uncharted territory of now. Our journey takes us now from the heart's acceptance to the mind's release. It is about letting go of the exhausting need to understand everything. It is about realizing that some questions have no answers, and that peace is found not in solving the puzzle of the past, but in having the courage to fold the old map and begin exploring the world right in front of us, in a kingdom blessed by sun and protected by mountains. There lived a man named Master Kai. He was the royal cartographer, a position of immense honor, for his kingdom valued order, knowledge, and certainty above all else. Kai's entire life was dedicated to a single, monumental task: the creation and constant refinement of the great map of the valley. It was a work of breathtaking precision, housed in a grand circular hall covering an entire wall. On it were drawn not just the roads and rivers, but every farmhouse, every significant tree, every bend in a stream, every shepherd's path. Kai was a man who believed in a logical and comprehensible world. For him, the act of mapping was an act of mastery. To draw something was to know it, to fix it in its proper place. The great map was more than parchment and ink. It was the kingdom's collective sense of security, a testament to its permanence. And for Kai, it was the architecture of his own mind. His identity, his worth, and his deep-seated belief in a predictable universe were all woven into the intricate lines of his flawless creation. The map proved that the world made sense, and he was the one who understood it. One spring, after a winter of unusually heavy snows in the high peaks, the unimaginable happened. The great mountain lake that fed the kingdom's rivers, held back by a natural dam of ancient rock, broke its bounds. It was not a flood, it was a cataclysm. A wall of water, mud, and stone descended upon the valley with a deafening roar, and in a single, terrifying night, the world was washed away. The sun rose on a scene of utter transformation. The prosperous kingdom was gone, submerged beneath a vast, silent lake. All that remained were the highest peaks, now transformed into a chain of small, unfamiliar islands. Master Kai survived. He was found clinging to the wreckage of his own map table, washed up on the slope of what was once a hillside and was now a raw, new shoreline. As he stood up, shivering and disoriented, he looked out upon the new world. It was a geography of chaos. The familiar lines of his life were gone. The logic of his world had been obliterated. He was staring at a blank, alien landscape. And the grief he felt was not just for his lost home, but for his lost certainty. The shattering of his kingdom was also the shattering of his mind. His life's work, the great map, was now a work of fiction, a chart for a ghost. In the weeks that followed, the other survivors, practical and resilient, began the arduous task of creating a new life. They built crude shelters, fashioned fishing rafts, and began to explore the new islands, seeking fresh water and sources of food. They were facing forward, driven by the necessities of the present. But Master Kai did not join them. He retreated into a world of his own making. Having salvaged a few precious rolls of parchment and some pots of ink that had washed ashore, he established a small, solitary tent, and there he began his new life's work. He was not charting the new world. He was obsessively, painstakingly, recreating the old one. From memory, he began to draw the great map again. He worked from dawn until dusk, his hand moving with a feverish precision. He drew the king's castle, now 100 feet beneath the murky water. He drew the marketplace, with its cheerful, colored awnings. He drew the old stone bridge where lovers used to meet. He drew every street, every house, every tree of a world that was gone forever. When his fellow survivors would come to him asking for help, he would wave them away. When they would tell him of a new discovery, a cove rich with fish, an island with a freshwater spring, he would show no interest. His reality was the past. His present was dedicated to the meticulous documentation of a ghost. He believed, in the broken logic of his grief, that if he could just get the map right, if he could just understand the world as it was with perfect clarity, then the senselessness of what had happened would somehow resolve itself. He was at war with reality, and his weapon was a pen. Kai's tragic obsession is a powerful metaphor for a trap the human mind sets for itself. When we endure a deep loss or a painful trauma, the mind's immediate response is to demand an explanation. It asks, why? And it will not rest until it has an answer. We become detectives of our own past pain. We replay the final conversation 1,000 times, analyzing every word, every tone. We trace the chain of events backward, looking for the fatal error, the point where things went wrong. We create intricate maps of blame, assigning fault to others, or, most painfully, to ourselves. If only I had said this. If only I hadn't done that. We believe that this mental rumination is productive work. We believe that if we can just find the reason, if we can solve the logical puzzle of our suffering, we will achieve a sense of control and the pain will subside. But this is an illusion. The relentless search for why is often a form of resistance. It is a refusal to accept the raw, incontrovertible, and sometimes deeply illogical nature of life. It is the mind's valiant but doomed attempt to impose a neat cause and effect narrative on a chaotic event. Some things happen for reasons we can understand, but many of the most profound events in our lives do not. People change, accidents happen, illness strikes. There is no satisfying why that will ever make sense of a cataclysm. The obsessive map-making, the endless mental replay, does not lead to peace. It leads to exhaustion. It keeps us mentally chained to the past, forcing us to live in the ruins of a lost world, instead of engaging with the new world that is asking for our attention. The path to freedom lies in the courageous practice of what is sometimes called radical acceptance. This does not mean you have to like what happened. It does not mean you have to condone it or call it good. It simply means accepting, on the deepest possible level, the reality that it did happen. It is the cessation of the argument with reality. It is the conscious decision to drop the exhausting search for a reason. Radical acceptance is looking at the vast lake where your kingdom used to be and Instead of trying to draw what lies beneath the water, simply accepting the reality of the water. It is the moment you put down the pen, fold the old map, and lift your eyes to the new horizon. One afternoon, a little girl named Lena came to Master Kai's tent. She had been born in the camp on the shoreline. She had never known the old kingdom. To her, the Great Lake was the only world there was. She watched, fascinated, as the old man meticulously drew a building with a tall tower. "What is that?" she asked. "That was the king's castle," Kai said, his voice full of a sad importance. Lena looked from the drawing to the vast, empty expanse of water. The drawing meant nothing to her. It was a story of a fairy tale land. She tugged on his sleeve. "Master Kai," she said, her voice bright and clear, "the map of the castle is very nice, but can you draw me a map to the island where the wild berries grow? The big, sweet ones." She pointed to a green smudge in the distance. "Or a map of the cove where we can find the smoothest skipping stones. Or the place on the cliff where the eagles have built their nest." She was not interested in his world of memory. She was asking for a guide to the world she actually lived in. Her simple, practical questions were like stones thrown into the still, stagnant pool of his obsession. For the first time in years, Kai was struck by the utter uselessness of his beautiful, perfect map. It could not help a single person find a single berry. It was a monument to what was lost, not a tool for what was now. Lena, seeing his confusion, reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, folded piece of clean, blank parchment she had found. She smoothed it out on the table beside his elaborate ghost map. "Can we draw this world?" she asked. It was a simple question, but it was the most profound invitation Kai had ever received. It was an invitation to let go of the dead past and join the living present. Let us bring this invitation into our own lives. What is the lost world that you are still trying to map? What painful event, what loss, what unanswered question keeps your mind busy, hunched over a table, drawing the details of a past that is gone? In your mind, imagine you are in a quiet tent, just like Master Kai, and before you on the table is your own map of a lost world. Perhaps it is the map of a relationship, with every happy memory and every painful argument meticulously drawn. Perhaps it is a map of a career you lost, showing every success and every wrong turn. Perhaps it is a map of a time when you were healthy, every detail of that former life recorded. Look at it. See the incredible energy, the hours of thought, the deep emotion you have poured into creating this chart of a vanished place. Acknowledge the intention behind it. Your mind was only trying to protect you. It was trying to make sense of the senseless. It was trying to find a solid ground in the midst of a flood. Thank your mind for its diligent, protective work. And now, with great gentleness, it is time to let that work go. Imagine your hands reaching for the map. This is not an act of anger or forgetting. It is a quiet, compassionate act of release. You are not destroying your history. You are simply ceasing to be its prisoner. Slowly, deliberately, you make the first fold, and as you make the crease, you silently say to yourself, "I release the need to understand why." You fold it again. "I release the burden of replaying the past." Fold it again and again, until this vast, complex, and exhausting map is a small, neat, manageable square. It is no longer a world to live in. It is simply a part of your story. You can place this folded map into a quiet pocket of your heart. It is there if you need to remember, but it is no longer your guide for today. Now, lift your gaze from the table. Before you, like the piece of parchment the little girl offered, is the present moment. It is blank, it is uncharted, it is unknown, and this is where your life is actually happening. The air you are breathing right now is not the air of the past. The light you are seeing is not the light of a memory. It is the air and the light of now. Here, in this uncharted territory, is where the berries grow. Here is where the eagles nest. Here is where your future can be woven. Are you trying to navigate the present using a map of the past? Can you be brave enough to fold the old map and begin exploring the territory you are actually in? Even as we fold the maps of our own past sorrows, we may find we are still held in place by something else. We are not tethered to a world we have lost, but to a world that was promised. We are weighed down by the words of others, by the futures they dangled before us, futures that never arrived. We are left holding the heavy weight of an unkept promise, and the next step of our journey is to learn how to finally put it down. We have folded the map of the lost world. We have gently released our mind from the tyranny of why, from the exhausting work of charting a past that is gone forever. A new quiet can enter our being when we stop arguing with reality. We are no longer mentally bound to the cataclysm that changed our landscape. But there is another kind of anchor, another kind of weight that can hold us in place. It is not an anchor to a past that was, but to a future that was promised but never arrived. We carry the words of others, their vows, their commitments, their enthusiastic assurances, like heavy stones in our pockets. The world has moved on. The person who made the promise is gone or has changed. But we remain, standing by the side of the road, faithfully waiting, burdened by the weight of a promise that someone else broke, but that we have refused to put down. This is the sacred and often difficult work of letting go, not of our own past, but of a future that was stolen from us, and reclaiming the energy we spend waiting for a debt to be paid. On the morning of his 7th birthday, a boy named Leo woke up with the sun, his heart a hummingbird in his chest. Today was the day of the promise. His father, a man often lost in his own private weather, a man whose presence was like a rare and unpredictable sunbeam, had made him a solemn vow. On your 7th birthday, he had said, kneeling down to look Leo in the eye, we will build a kite, not just any kite, a great dragon kite, with fierce eyes and a tail as long as a river. We will build it together, and we will fly it from the highest hill. For Leo, this promise was not about a toy. It was a promise of time, of shared work, of a father's focused love. It was the promise of a perfect day, a memory he could hold on to during the long, grey spells of his father's absence, while he waited. Buzzing with an energy that made it impossible to stay still, he walked in the small garden. By the path, he found a stone. It was a perfect stone, dark, grey and smooth, warmed by the morning sun. It was shaped like a thick coin and fit into the palm of his small hand as if it were made for it. This, he decided, would be the heart of the kite, a secret weight tucked into its frame to give it balance and strength against the wind. He slipped the stone into his pocket, a tangible token of his joyful anticipation. The stone was the promise, made solid. He was ready. The morning stretched into a long, quiet afternoon. The afternoon bled into a cool, blue evening. The father did not come home. Leo sat on the front step, the stone growing heavy in his pocket, watching the road. The sun set. The stars came out. The birthday ended. The kite was never built. The next day, Leo learned his father was gone for good. Years passed. Leo grew from a boy into a quiet, watchful young man. His body grew taller, his voice deepened, but one thing remained unchanged. Every single day, from the morning he put on his trousers to the evening he took them off, the smooth grey stone was in his pocket. It was no longer a symbol of hope. It was a memorial. It was the physical embodiment of the broken promise, the tangible proof of the debt he was owed. Its weight against his leg was a constant, familiar pressure, a dull ache that echoed the one in his heart. His fingers would find it unconsciously, tracing its smooth surface, a gesture of perpetual, silent accusation. The stone had become his companion in injustice. It was the anchor that kept the wound from healing, that kept the story of his abandonment alive and present. He was still that 7-year-old boy, waiting. And the weight of that waiting had settled into his very being. Friends noticed that he seemed to lean ever so slightly to one side, as if carrying an invisible burden. And he was. He was carrying the weight of a kite that was never built, of a promise that had been lighter than air to the one who spoke it, but had become as heavy as lead to the one who received it. So many of us are like Leo. We carry our own collection of promise stones. It might be the smooth, cold stone of a vow of fidelity from a partner who was then unfaithful. It might be the sharp-edged flint of a promise of protection from a parent who abandoned us to fend for ourselves. It might be the simple, heavy granite of a friend's assurance. I'll be there for you, before they vanished when life became difficult. We keep these stones in the pockets of our hearts. We finger them in moments of sadness or anger, reminding ourselves of the debt we are owed. This person owes me an apology. That person owes me an explanation. This person owes me a life that I would have had if they had only kept their word. The tragedy of this is that in holding on to these debts, we are the ones who remain in prison. We appoint ourselves the jailer of another person's failure, but in doing so, we shackle ourselves to them. Our own happiness, our own peace of mind becomes conditional. I will be at peace when he finally apologizes. What she did, we give the key to our own freedom to the very person who hurt us. We are waiting for payment from someone who is emotionally bankrupt, waiting for water from a well that has long since run dry. The truth is, they may never pay. The debt, they may never even acknowledge it. They may have forgotten the promise a moment after they made it. And to spend our precious finite life force waiting for them is to give them the power to ruin not just our past, but our present, and our future as well. The great act of spiritual liberation in this context is to cancel the debt. This is not for them, it is for you. It is not about forgiveness in the sense of saying what you did was okay. It is about forgiveness in the sense of saying, I will no longer carry this for you. I will no longer allow your failure to define my peace. It is a profound declaration of self-worth. It is the statement that your own well-being is more important than their apology. It is the moment you decide to stop being the tireless, unpaid collector of another person's moral debts, and to use that energy instead to build your own life. Leo, now a somber young man with eyes that seemed to carry an old sorrow, found work tending the gardens in a small mountain monastery. He was a good worker, quiet and diligent. A senior monk, a man named Jin, who had a gift for seeing the burdens people carried, often watched Leo. He noticed the young man's downcast gaze. He saw the way Leo's hand would reflexively go to his pocket. He saw the subtle, almost imperceptible list in his posture, as if one side of him was heavier than the other. One day, as they were weeding a bed of chrysanthemums together, Jin quietly asked, "What is it that you carry in your pocket, Leo? I see you touch it, 100 times a day. Leo was startled. No one had ever asked. He hesitated, then slowly pulled out the smooth, grey stone. In a low, flat voice, he told the monk the story of his 7th birthday, of the promise of the dragon kite, of the endless wait. Jin listened with his whole being, his eyes full of a deep and gentle compassion. When Leo finished, the monk did not offer words of comfort or anger at the father. He simply looked at the stone in Leo's hand. "That is a heavy stone to have carried for so long," he said. "But the stone does not hold your father's promise. It only holds your waiting." The promise was just words. It flew away on the wind that very day. You are the only one left, holding this heavy weight in its place. He stood up and gestured for Leo to follow him. He led him away from the gardens, through a small wooden gate, and down a path to a stream that tumbled and rushed over rocks. Its water clear and cold and full of life. Let us walk with them now. Let us leave the garden of our old stories and come to the edge of this flowing water. Feel the cool mist on your skin. Hear the sound of the stream. It is the sound of life, which never stops, which is always moving on. This is the sound of the present moment. Now, I invite you to look into the pocket of your own heart. What is the promise stone you are carrying? Let your mind's hand close around it. It may be a promise of love that was broken, a promise of loyalty that was betrayed, a promise of safety that was violated. Feel its specific shape, its texture. Is it smooth and cold? Is it sharp and jagged? Acknowledge what it represents. Imagine now that you are holding this stone in the palm of your open hand. Feel its true weight. This is not just a stone. This is the weight of all the hours you have spent waiting, the weight of all the anger you have felt, the weight of the bitterness that has colored your view of the world. This is the energy you expend every single day, consciously or unconsciously, in keeping this story of debt alive. Feel it. Acknowledge what it has cost you to carry this for so long. Now hear the monk's words as if they are spoken directly to you. The promise is gone. Only your waiting remains. Let that truth settle in you. The person who made the promise cannot give you back the years of waiting. They cannot build the kite now. The debt is unpayable. The only person who can free you from the burden of the debt is you. And this release is not for them. It is for you. It is not about saying their actions were acceptable. It is about saying, I will no longer allow their unacceptable actions to burden my life. I will no longer carry this stone for them. You are standing at the stream's edge. The water is the ever-moving flow of your own life, ready to proceed, ready to be free. Look down at the stone in your hand, and now make the choice for yourself, for your own peace. Open your fingers, let the stone drop. Hear the small final plunk as it breaks the surface of the water. Watch as the current immediately seizes it, tumbling it over and over, washing it clean of your fingerprints, of your story, of your pain. Watch as it is carried away, swept downstream, becoming just another anonymous stone on the bed of a living river. Its power over you gone forever. Now, feel your hand. Notice its lightness. Feel your body. Notice your posture. The weight is gone. You are no longer leaning to one side. You are standing straight, balanced, and free. The debt has not been paid. It has been cancelled. And you, the creditor, are finally at liberty. What promise are you still waiting for someone to keep? Can you feel the weight of it in your own hand right now? And can you imagine the feeling of opening your fingers and letting it go? Releasing the weight of a specific broken promise is a powerful act of liberation. It frees us from being chained to a single person's failure. But sometimes we find ourselves in situations, in relationships, or in dynamics where the disappointment is not a single event from the past, but a continuous, ongoing reality. We are not just carrying a stone from a single day, but we are actively trying to draw water from a source that we know, deep down, is poisoned. Our next journey is to find the courage to walk away from the tainted well, no matter how much we have invested in it, and to learn to find sustenance elsewhere. We have let the promised stone drop into the current of the flowing stream. There is a new lightness in our step, a new balance in our posture as we walk away from the weight of a debt that was never ours to collect. We have freed ourselves from a specific, broken promise from the past. But what happens when the source of our pain is not a single past event, but a continuous and present reality? What happens when the disappointment is not a single stone in our pocket, but the very water we drink every day? We can find ourselves in relationships, in families, or in situations where we are diligently tending the garden of our own well-being. Yet everything we plant seems to wither. We pour all our love, our energy, and our hope into this garden, never suspecting that the very source of nourishment we rely upon is quietly, consistently, poisoning the roots. Our next journey, then, is to find the courage to inspect the water, and if it is tainted, to stop drinking from it. No matter how much we have invested in the beauty of the well, in a small, secluded valley, there lived a gardener named Silas. He was a man whose soul spoke the language of soil and sunlight. His devotion was absolute. His garden was a place of breathtaking intention, a canvas where he painted with petals and leaves. He cultivated roses with blooms so deep and velvety they seemed to hold the dusk within them, and rows of vegetables, so carefully tended they looked like green embroidery on the dark earth. This garden was the geography of his heart. It was his offering of love to the world, and he poured every ounce of his being into its flourishing. The lifeblood of this garden was a single, ancient well that stood in its center. It was a beautiful well, lined with stones that were smoothed by time and covered in soft, green moss. It was the well his father had used, and his grandfather before him. It was a symbol of heritage, of continuity, of a deep and reliable source. For Silas, the well was an article of faith. It was the source. Its water was life itself. Every morning, he would perform his sacred ritual, lowering the wooden bucket into the cool darkness and drawing up the clear, sparkling water. He would then move through his garden, watering each plant with a dedication that was a form of prayer, whispering words of encouragement to the burgeoning life around him. But despite his tireless devotion, something was deeply wrong. The garden was sick. The leaves on his beloved rose bushes were yellowed and curled at the edges, as if touched by a secret blight. The flowers, when they bloomed, were pale and fragile, their petals dropping almost as soon as they opened. His vegetables were stunted and carried a faint, bitter taste. A strange languor, a pervasive lack of vitality, hung over the entire garden, a stark and painful contrast to the vibrant love Silas poured into it. His confusion slowly curdled into a quiet desperation. He concluded that the fault must be his own. He was not a good enough gardener. His love was not potent enough. His efforts were lacking, and so he redoubled his work. He rose earlier, stayed later. He enriched the soil with compost until it was black and rich. He waged a relentless war on every tiny weed. He measured the water for each plant with scientific precision. He was working himself into a state of bone-deep exhaustion, his back aching and his spirit growing heavy, all in an attempt to cure the symptoms while, every single day, he unknowingly administered the very cause of the sickness with each life-giving bucket of water. He never suspected the well. The well was a given. It was the source. The problem, he was sure, had to be in him. How painfully familiar this is. We find ourselves in a relationship with a person who is critical, emotionally unavailable, or endlessly demanding. We pour our love, our support, our energy into them, hoping to cultivate a beautiful garden of connection and intimacy. Yet we find ourselves constantly feeling drained, anxious, and diminished. Our own leaves are turning yellow. And our first instinct, so often, is to blame ourselves. If only I were more patient, more understanding, less needy, more attractive, then they would love me better, then the garden would flourish. We believe the fault lies in our gardening, not in the water we are being given. We contort ourselves into new shapes. We exhaust our own resources. We try harder and harder to be better, all while our own well-being withers on the vine. Then, for Silas, came the devastating moment of revelation. One hot afternoon, parched with thirst, he drank directly from the bucket he had drawn from the well. For the first time, he truly tasted it, not as a mindless gulp, but with awareness. And he detected it, a faint, almost unnoticeable bitterness, a sharp, metallic aftertaste that coated his tongue. And in that single moment, his entire worldview shifted. The problem was not his effort. The problem was not the soil. The problem was not the plants. The problem was the water. The very source of life he had trusted implicitly was the source of the poison. His focus now shifted with a new, frantic obsession. He was no longer a gardener. He was a purifier. He abandoned his plants, which were now rapidly declining. All his energy, all his thought, became consumed with a single, impossible task: to fix the well. He built elaborate, clumsy filters out of sand and charcoal, spending hours pouring the water through them. He read in an old book that limestone could neutralize bitterness, so he spent a week hauling heavy rocks and lowering them into the depths. He, even in his most desperate moments, tried to reason with the well, making offerings of flowers and chanting pleas into its dark opening, begging it to become pure again. He was engaged in a heroic, heartbreaking, and utterly futile battle with geology. He did not know that deep beneath the earth, the spring that fed his well passed through a great, unchangeable seam of bitter minerals. He could not fix the source. He was spending all his life force trying to purify a source that was, by its very nature, poisoned. This is the second trap we fall into. When we finally stop blaming ourselves, we often turn to the project of trying to fix the other person. We become their therapist, their savior, their life coach. We believe if we can just love them enough, support them enough, reason with them enough, we can purify their well. We can heal their trauma, fix their toxic patterns, and turn them into the source of pure, life-giving water we so desperately need. We pour our energy not into our own garden, but into the impossible geology of another person's soul, and our own life, our own well-being, is neglected and left to wither by the side of this all-consuming, impossible project. The core teaching. Here is one of the most difficult and most liberating in the entire spiritual path. It is the practice of radical acceptance, applied not to a past event, but to the fundamental nature of another person or situation. It is the courage to see the well for what it is. The water is tainted, and you cannot fix it. Your love cannot fix it. Your efforts cannot fix it. Only they can do the deep, internal work of healing their own source, and they may never choose to do so. Your responsibility is not to purify their well. Your responsibility is to your own garden, and the most compassionate, life-affirming act you can perform is to stop drinking the poison. This is not an act of anger, punishment, or failure. It is an act of profound self-preservation. It is the moment you finally decide you are worthy of clean water. On the other side of a low stone wall lived an elderly woman named Maya. Her own small garden was a jewel, vibrant and bursting with life. She had watched Silas's frantic efforts. For months, first with his plants, then with his well, her heart filled with a quiet compassion. She knew the secret of the valley's water. One morning, just as the sky was turning from grey to pale lavender, she called to him, "Silas," she said, her voice gentle. "Leave your work for a moment. Come and see my garden." Exhausted and defeated, he trudged over to her gate. He looked at her thriving plants, their leaves green and glistening, and felt a pang of despair. "Your well is a blessing, Maya," he said, his voice heavy. "Mine is cursed." Maya smiled, a soft, knowing smile. "I have no well," she said. Silas stared at her, confused. "But then, how do your plants drink?" She beckoned him closer and pointed to the large, cupped leaf of a cabbage plant. Nestled in its center and clinging to every edge were dozens of tiny, perfect spheres of water, each one a prism catching the day's first light. "Here," she whispered, as if not to disturb a sacred thing. "This is my well." She explained that she rose before the sun every day. With a soft, clean cloth, she would move through her small garden, gently dabbing the morning dew from the leaves of her plants, squeezing the collected moisture into a small clay pot. It was a slow, meditative process. It did not yield buckets of water, only a small, precious amount, but it was perfectly pure. It was a gift from the sky, not a sorrow from the deep earth. "You cannot change the geology of the valley, Silas," she said kindly, "but the sky offers a gift every morning to those who are willing to look for it and have the patience to collect it." Let us step into this moment with Silas. Let us feel the weight of our own exhaustion from trying to fix a poisoned well. And let us hear Maya's gentle invitation to look for the dew. What is the central well in your life from which you have been trying to draw your emotional or spiritual nourishment? A relationship, a family dynamic, a job, a community. And if you are truly honest with yourself, if you taste the water without illusion, have you begun to suspect that it is tainted? Does it leave you feeling energized and alive? Or does it leave a bitter aftertaste of disappointment, anxiety, and depletion? Acknowledging this is painful. It involves a deep grief for the well we wished we had. Allow yourself to feel that grief, but do not let it keep you chained to the source of the poison. Imagine a man who, after a deep betrayal, sought solitude in the heart of a great canyon. The towering rock walls, sculpted by millennia of wind and water, offered him a fortress against the world that had hurt him. At first, the profound silence was a balm, but soon it became a mirror of his own inner emptiness, a vast and lonely quiet that amplified his pain. One day, in a paroxysm of grief and anger, he screamed out the words that had been spoken to him, the words that had driven him into exile. "You are nothing." And the canyon answered, "You are nothing, 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 The words came back to him, clear and distinct, thrown back from the rock walls. In that strange moment, the man felt a flicker of connection. The echo was a response. It was a voice in the void. He was no longer utterly alone. The canyon was speaking to him. He had discovered a dark and powerful magic. This discovery became his new purpose, his obsession. He would spend his days pacing the canyon floor, collecting echoes. He shouted every cruel word, every painful judgment he had ever received into the impassive rock. "You will always be alone," he would cry, and the canyon would affirm it. "Alone, alone, alone. You are a failure." He would roar, and the canyon would agree. Failure, failure. He learned the canyon's secrets, the precise spots where a single shout could be fractured into a dozen overlapping replies, creating a symphony of self-loathing. The echoes became his companions, his chorus, the soundtrack to his life. He was no longer a lonely man in a silent place. He was the conductor of an orchestra of his own pain, and the constant noise filled the emptiness he so feared over the months and years. A strange and tragic transformation occurred in the man's mind. He began to lose the memory of his own role in this daily ritual. He forgot that he was the one who was shouting. The echoes, which were merely the hollow reverberations of his own voice, became for him the authentic voice of the canyon itself. He came to believe that he lived in a malevolent place, a cruel and judgmental world that took every opportunity to remind him of his flaws. He would wake in the morning and think, "I wonder what terrible things the canyon will say to me today," forgetting that the canyon only ever gave back what he gave to it. His inner world of pain had been so completely projected onto his outer world that he could no longer tell the difference. He was being tormented by the sound of his own voice, and he was utterly convinced he was a victim. We are all, in some measure, this man. The quiet canyon is the vast, open space of our own consciousness, and the echoes are the painful words and judgments we have internalized from our past, from parents, teachers, partners, peers. A parent, in a moment of anger, says, "You're so lazy." A teacher, in frustration, says, "You'll never amount to anything." A partner, in partying, says, "You are impossible to love." These are the original shouts. They happen once, and then they are over. But what do? We walk into the canyon of our mind, and we shout them again, and again, and again. We become the echo collector. In Buddhist psychology, there is a concept called prapanka. It is a difficult word to translate, but it means something like mental proliferation, conceptual elaboration, or the mind's tendency to spin stories. The mind takes a single, simple event, a moment of pain, a critical word, and it proliferates. It builds entire worlds around it. The original shout, "You're lazy," becomes a complex tapestry of echoes. "I'm lazy. I've always been lazy. I'll never be disciplined. That's why I failed at that project. That's why that person doesn't respect me. I'm fundamentally flawed. I'm just a lazy person." We take one shout and create 1,000 echoes, each one reinforcing the last, until we are living in a roaring cacophony of our own making. This is the nature of the voice we often call the inner critic. We imagine it as an independent entity, a judge who lives inside our heads. But more often than not, this inner critic is simply the echo collector. It is a collection of old recordings, a playlist of past hurts, and we are the ones who keep pressing play. We do it out of habit. We do it because, like the man in the canyon, the noise feels more familiar, more substantial than the vast, intimidating silence of simply being. To break the cycle, we must not argue with the echoes. We must simply stop shouting one day. The man in the canyon was climbing along a high ridge, searching for a new spot with interesting acoustics. As he rounded a corner, he froze. There, on a wide, sun-drenched ledge, sat another person. It was a hermit, a woman with a deeply peaceful face, who was simply sitting. She was not shouting. She was not collecting. She was just breathing, her eyes soft, her posture relaxed. The man was disturbed by her presence, by her silence. It was a challenge to his entire worldview to prove to himself and to her the true nature of this cruel place they inhabited. He cupped his hands around his mouth and let out his most practiced, most venomous shout. No one cares about you. The words rocketed across the canyon, struck the far wall, and returned in a cascade of sound. Cares about you, you. The man looked at the hermit, expecting to see her flinch, to see her agree with the canyon's verdict. But she did nothing. She did not even seem to notice. She remained a perfect pool of stillness. Annoyed, the man shouted again, louder this time. Again, the echoes filled the air. And again, the hermit was unmoved. Her peace was an infuriating contradiction. How could she be so calm when the very rocks were screaming insults at her? The man's shouting became frantic, desperate. But the hermit's silence was more powerful than his noise. Finally, exhausted and confused, he fell silent. He simply stood there, watching her, his own breath ragged. And in the silence he had finally allowed, something new happened. For the first time in years, he heard other sounds. He heard the whisper of the wind as it curled around a pinnacle of rock. He heard the high, lonely cry of a hawk circling in the thermals above. He heard the faint, musical trickle of water from a hidden spring somewhere down below. He realized that his own shouting, his own obsession with the echoes, had been so loud for so long that it had drowned out the natural, gentle music of the canyon itself. The canyon was not a hostile place. It was just a place. It had its own quiet song. He had simply never been quiet enough to hear it. The hermit, by her example, had taught him the one thing he needed to know. The only way to silence the echoes is to stop making them. Let us now become the hermit of our own minds. Find that quiet, sun-drenched ledge within yourself, a place of stable awareness. And let us sit. Bring your attention inward to the vast space of your own consciousness. Simply listen. What do you hear? What are the familiar echoes that reverberate through your inner world? Perhaps you can hear the faint, persistent echo of you're not good enough, good enough. Perhaps you can hear the echo of you always get it wrong. Get it wrong. Do not judge the echoes. Do not argue with them for this moment. Just notice them as sounds, as old vibrations from past shouts. The practice is not to shout back. To shout, "I am good enough," is just to create more noise, more echoes. The practice is to do what the hermit did. The practice is to fall silent. It is the simple, radical act of choosing not to participate in the shouting. It is the choice to stop feeding the echo machine. So let us practice this for a few moments together. Let your body be still. Let your breath be easy. And simply make the intention for these next few breaths. I will not shout the old words at myself. I will allow there to be silence. As you breathe in, be aware of the simple physical sensation of the breath entering your body. As you breathe out, let go of the habit the compulsion to fill the space with the familiar static of self-criticism. At first, you will still hear the echoes of past shouts. They take a while to fade. That is fine. Let them be. They are just old energy, dissipating. Don't chase them. Don't fight them. Simply remain in your stillness, focusing on the anchor of your breath, in and out. The silence is the medicine, and as the echoes begin to fade, as the space becomes quieter, listen. Listen deeply. What are the other sounds, the natural sounds, of your own being that are usually drowned out? Can you hear the steady, faithful rhythm of your own heart beating quietly in your chest? Can you feel the gentle hum of energy in your hands, the simple sensation of being alive? Can you hear the whisper of a deeper wisdom, a quiet intuition that is always there beneath the noise? This is the true music of your canyon. It is a song of peace, of resilience, of simple, uncomplicated presence. It has been there all along, waiting patiently for you to stop shouting. What words do you keep shouting into the canyon of your mind? Can you fall silent for a moment and listen for the gentle sounds that arise when the echoes fade? As we learn to quiet the echoes within, we may find ourselves at peace in our own company. But our gaze then turns outward again, and we may become aware of a different kind of pain. It is not the pain of an echo, but the pain of a present-day silence from another. It is the pain of being shut out, of facing a door that was once open to us, but is now firmly and inexplicably closed. And we can spend years of our lives waiting. We have walked into the great canyon of the self and learned the wisdom of silence. By ceasing our own frantic shouts, we have allowed the painful echoes of the past to fade, and in their place, we have begun to hear the gentle, authentic music of our own being. A profound peace can be found in this inner quiet, but our journey in this life is one of both inner and outer worlds. And once we have found a measure of peace within, we can become acutely, painfully aware of a silence that originates from outside of us. It is the silence of a door that has been closed. A door to a relationship, a family, a friendship where we were once welcome but are now shut out. The pain is no longer an echo we are creating, but a lack of response, a solid wall of wood where there was once an open passage. And we can find ourselves spending years of our lives camped on the doorstep, whispering to the grain of the wood, waiting, pleading, and slowly starving, forgetting that there is a whole world at our back. This is the journey of learning to turn away from the door that will not open, and to finally see the vast, fertile field of our own life waiting for us. Imagine a woman named Lyra, and imagine a door. This door was the center of Lyra's world. It was carved from a deep, warm mahogany, and its surface was a testament to a shared history. There were carvings of suns and moons representing the days and nights they had shared, of intertwined vines for their growing connection, of birds in flight for their shared dreams. Lyra knew the story of every swirl and line. She knew the cool, heavy feel of its brass handle in her hand, the specific, reassuring click of the latch as it welcomed her in. This was the door to a home, to a love, to a family that was the bedrock of her identity. To pass through this door was to be known, to be safe, to belong. The light and warmth that spilled out whenever it opened was, to her, the light and warmth of life itself. Then, one day, the door was locked. Perhaps there was a fight, a misunderstanding that grew into a fortress. Perhaps there was a betrayal. Or perhaps, most painfully of all, there was no clear reason, just a quiet, decisive choice made by the person on the other side. The why of it ceased to matter in the face of the stark, physical fact. The door was closed to her. When she tried her key, it no longer fit the lock. When she knocked, her knuckles rapping on the familiar wood, there was no answer. When she called out a name, her voice was met with an impassive, crushing silence. The warmth, the light, the life, she knew it, was all sealed away from her. The door, once a symbol of welcome, was now a monument to her exclusion. Lyra did not leave. How could she? Everything that mattered was behind that door. And so, her vigil began. She made a life for herself on the cold stone of the doorstep. Her world, once expansive and full of possibility, shrank to the size of this small, charged space. Her days were spent in a ritual of waiting. She would study the carvings on the door, her fingers tracing the patterns of a history that now felt like a cruel joke. She would remember the laughter that once echoed in the hallway, the shared meals, the quiet moments. She would talk to the door, her voice a low whisper against the wood. She would plead with it, apologize to it, bargain with it. Please, she would whisper, just open, let me come home. Seasons turned. The great open field behind her exploded with the brilliant, chaotic life of spring, then blazed with the heat of summer, then softened into the melancholy gold of autumn, and finally slept under a blanket of winter snow. Lyra noticed none of it. Her back was always to the field. Her entire being, every ounce of her attention and energy, was focused on the door. It was an act of supreme, painful focus. She came to believe that the intensity of her wanting, the faithfulness of her vigil, would eventually be rewarded. She believed her waiting was an act of love, of loyalty. She believed that if she just stared long enough, knocked softly enough, wished hard enough, the lock would eventually click and the door would swing open. She had put her own life on hold, convinced that the only life worth living was the one sealed away from her, and she was slowly, steadily starving on the doorstep of a memory. Lyra's vigil is a perfect portrait of a pain many of us know intimately. We are shut out. A friend, a child, a parent, a lover ghosts us or definitively ends a relationship, leaving us on the outside of a life that was once our own. And we wait. Our minds become a whirlwind of activity, all of it directed at that closed door. We draft long, heart-wrenching emails and text messages that we send or delete or send and regret. We have endless, imaginary conversations where we finally say the perfect thing that will make them understand. We check their social media, looking for clues, for signs of regret, for a crack in their resolve. All of our precious, vital, creative life force is channeled into this one, blocked portal. There is a fundamental law of energy that is as true for the human spirit as it is for physics. Where your attention goes, your energy flows. When you spend your days focused on the closed door, you are sending a constant stream of your life energy into a void. You are watering a stone wall, hoping it will sprout leaves. You are feeding your vitality into a locked box that gives nothing back. Is it any wonder that this state of being is so utterly exhausting? Is it any wonder that it leaves us feeling depleted, powerless, and stuck? The pain of the rejection is the original wound, but the pain of the endless waiting is a wound we inflict upon ourselves every single day. The great spiritual turning point in this journey is not about finding a magic key or a secret password to open the door. The people on the other side have their own reasons, their own fears, their own stories. Their door is their responsibility. You cannot control it. The only thing you can control is the direction of your own attention. The path to healing is not about trying harder to open the door. It is the radical, courageous, and self-loving act of turning around. It is the choice to stop feeding a dead end with your precious life force. It is the decision to stop starving on someone else's doorstep and to start cultivating your own garden. This is not an admission of defeat. It is the ultimate declaration of your own worth. One day, a traveling teacher, a wise old woman with eyes that had seen 1,000 sorrows, came upon Lyra keeping her steadfast vigil. The woman saw the devotion, the pain, and the slow withering of the life force in the young woman. She sat down on the step beside Lyra, and for a long time they just sat together in silence, looking at the door. The teacher did not tell Lyra to give up. She did not call her foolish or tell her she was wasting her life. She honored the love that was at the root of Lyra's pain. Then she reached into a small pouch at her belt and held out her hand. In her wrinkled palm lay a single, tiny, ordinary-looking seed. "You have a powerful gaze," the teacher said, her voice as soft as moss. "You have been trying to open this door with the sheer force of your wanting. But a heart's desire, no matter how strong, cannot break down seasoned wood. Your love cannot pick a lock that has been bolted from the inside." She looked from the door to the vast untended field behind them. "You have been sitting at the edge of a very fertile field," she continued. "This door is not the only world. You have a whole world to grow right here." She gently closed Lyra's fingers around the small, hard seed. "The work is not at the door," she whispered. "The work is in the soil. Let us bring this moment into our own lives. Let us feel ourselves sitting on that cold, hard doorstep. And let us ask the question, what locked door have you been waiting at? Allow the image of that door to arise in your mind. It may be the door to a parent's acceptance, the door to a lover's heart, the door to a friendship that has ended. See its details, feel the solid, unyielding reality of it. Now become aware of the flow of your own energy. Feel how your hope, your thoughts, your longing, your life force is all streaming from you towards that impassive surface. Feel the drain. Feel the exhaustion. Acknowledge how this vigil has kept you from other parts of your life. And now, notice the world at your back. That vast, neglected field of your own potential, your own life, your own future. The teachers. Wisdom is for you now. The choice is not about how to open the door. The choice is about where you will invest the precious, creative energy of your life in your mind's eye. Begin the simple, profound, and life-altering act of turning around. It may feel strange, even frightening, like letting go of the only thing that matters. Be gentle with yourself. Slowly, turn your head. Let your gaze leave the familiar grain of the wood. Now, turn your shoulders. Turn your whole body until your back is to the door and you are facing the wide, open expanse of your own life. It may look barren at first, this field neglected for so long. But the soil is rich with your own unique potential. The sky above is vast and full of light. And in your hand, you are holding a seed. This seed represents a new focus. It could be the seed of reconnecting with an old friend you've ignored. The seed of starting a new class or hobby. The seed of a project at work. The seed of a simple, daily practice of kindness to yourself. Find a small patch of earth in this field of your life. Kneel down with your own hands. Dig a small hole in the soil. Place the seed within it and cover it back up. Now, take all of that attention, all of that powerful wanting that you were directing at the door, and pour it here onto this small patch of earth. Water this new beginning with your focus. Shine on it with your hope. This is where life can begin again. Not in the hallway of a past you cannot re-enter, but here, in the open field of your own present. What locked door have you been waiting at? Can you turn around and see the open field behind you, waiting for you to plant something new? As we turn from the door and begin to tend our own soil, we take back the power over our own happiness. We become the creators of our own world. Yet even here, in our own garden, a subtle form of control can creep in. We may have stopped trying to control the door, but we may begin trying to control the weather. We can become obsessed with managing the moods, feelings, and reactions of those who are still in our lives, trying to sculpt the clouds in a desperate attempt to ensure our new garden only ever knows sunshine. We have turned away from the unopened door. We have left the cold doorstep and have begun to tend to the vast, fertile field of our own lives. We plant the seeds of new interests, new friendships, new ways of being, and we water them with the precious resource of our own attention. This is a profound and empowering shift. It is the act of reclaiming our own life force. Yet, even here, in our own beautiful garden, a subtle and pervasive form of control can take root. Having given up on controlling the door, we may now attempt to control the weather. We become cloud sculptors, staring at the sky of other people's inner worlds, their moods, their emotions, their feelings, trying to will them into shapes that please us. We want only sunny days for our new garden, and we grow anxious and frantic when the clouds of another's anger, sadness, or indifference drift overhead. Our journey now is to lay down this impossible tool, to accept that we cannot sculpt the clouds, and to learn instead to appreciate the transient, unpredictable beauty of their ever-changing sky. There was once a young boy named Finn who lived in a wide open valley where the sky was a constant and magnificent theater. He was a boy with a great love for order and beauty, and his favorite pastime was watching the clouds. But his love was a frustrated one. He would lie on his back in the soft grass and see a perfect dragon in the clouds, with scales of silver and plumes of fiery breath. But just as he was lost in its majesty, the wind would shift, and the dragon's head would soften into a sheep, its great body stretching and dissolving into a formless, meaningless wisp. A magnificent sailing ship would become a heap of tattered rags. A towering castle would melt into a puddle of haze. This constant, uncontrollable change drove Finn to distraction. He wanted the beauty to last. He wanted the clouds to hold their shape, to conform to his desires. And so, he embarked on an impossible project. He became a cloud sculptor. He would stand on the highest hill in the valley, his small fists clenched, and shout commands at the sky. Stay a dragon. He would plead at a promising formation. Do not drift apart. He would command a cluster of clouds that looked like a herd of celestial elephants. He would wave his arms, trying to herd the vapors, to push the winds with the force of his will. Of course, the clouds paid him no mind. They continued their slow, silent, indifferent dance. And Finn's days were filled with a growing sense of frustration, powerlessness, and anger at the unruly, disobedient sky. In that same valley lived an old woman, a master of calligraphy. She worked in an open-air studio, and she too spent her days watching the sky. She watched young Finn on his hill, shouting his futile commands, and a gentle, compassionate smile would touch her lips. She did not correct him. She did not tell him his task was impossible. She simply offered him another way. One afternoon, as Finn was particularly incensed at a cloud that had refused to remain a perfect rabbit. The old woman set up her materials: a roll of fine rice paper, a block of black ink, a bowl of water, and a single soft brush. She did not look at Finn, but at the sky. She watched the very same formless wisp that had so disappointed him. She saw how the light played on its edges, how it thinned to transparency in one place, and thickened to a deep grey in another. Then, with a few swift, certain strokes of her brush, she painted it. She did not paint a rabbit or a dragon. She painted the cloud as it was, a beautiful, fleeting, formless shape. She captured its transient nature, its lack of hard edges, its momentary grace. She was not trying to control the cloud. She was dancing with it, honoring its reality. In that single moment, her paper was filled with the images of a dozen different clouds, each one a portrait of a moment that would never come again. Her work was not a testament to control, but to appreciation. We are all Finn, standing on a hill, shouting at the clouds. The clouds are the inner worlds of the people we love, our partners, our children, our friends. We want them to be happy, sunny, and predictable. When they are in a good mood, their sky is blue, and it warms our garden. But when they are sad, or angry, or withdrawn, their clouds drift over our sun. We feel the chill, and we panic. We become cloud sculptors. We try to fix their mood. Don't be sad, we say, as if that were a simple command. You shouldn't be angry about that, we advise, trying to will their storm away. We cajole, we reason, we distract, we manage. We are trying to sculpt their emotional state into a shape that makes us feel more comfortable, more secure. This effort, though often born of love, is as futile as Finn's. We cannot control the inner weather of another human being. Their emotions are a complex interplay of their own history, their biology, their own secret thoughts and fears. To demand that they only show us the sunny shapes we prefer is to deny their reality. It is to deny them their own sky. And it is utterly exhausting for us. It makes our own peace conditional on their inner state. We become hypervigilant meteorologists, constantly scanning their faces for signs of an approaching storm, living in a state of low-grade anxiety, our own happiness dependent on a sky we will never control. The wisdom of the calligrapher offers us a different path. It is the path of mindful witnessing. It is the courage to let another person's sky be what it is. It is seeing the dark clouds of their sadness and, instead of trying to shoo them away, simply acknowledging them. I see that you are sad today. It is feeling the winds of their anger and, instead of trying to build a wall against it, simply noticing its power. I hear your anger. This does not mean we must let their storms destroy us. We can still hold our boundaries. The calligrapher was in her own studio. She was not on the hill being rained on, but she was not trying to change the weather. She was relating to it with respect and artistry. Let us try this now. Bring to mind a person in your life whose emotional weather you often try to control. Someone whose moods you try to manage for your own sense of peace. See them in your mind's eye. Now, look at the sky of their being. Perhaps today it is turbulent and grey. Perhaps it is foggy and indistinct. Our instinct is to rush in and start sculpting, to try and force the sun to come out. For this moment, let us be the calligrapher. Let us lay down our tools of fixing, managing, and controlling. Let us simply sit before the sky of this person's being with a sheet of clean paper and a brush. Our task is not to change what we see, but simply to notice it with appreciative awareness. Notice the shape of their Sadness, notice the color of their frustration. You do not have to like it. You do not have to take it on as your own. You are simply acknowledging that it is there. You are giving them the profound gift of their own reality. You are releasing yourself from the impossible task of being their weather maker. Feel the relief in your own body as you stop trying to control their sky. You are free to tend to your own garden, whatever the weather. Whose clouds are you trying to sculpt? Can you lay down your tools and instead learn to appreciate the beauty of their ever-changing sky? We lay down our sculpting tools, releasing the impossible burden of managing another's inner world. We learn to let their clouds drift as they will, finding a new peace in our own garden, regardless of their weather. But as we cultivate this present moment peace, another, more seductive form of attachment can arise. It is the attachment to our own past weather, specifically to the memory of a time when our own skies were perpetually blue. We can become so enchanted by the memory of a past happiness that we build a vessel and row back to it every day, neglecting the real, living, and changing mainland of our present life. We become willing castaways on the beautiful, static island of yesterday. Our task is to honor the beauty of that island, but to find the courage to row back to the shore where our real life, with all its new seasons, is waiting. There was a woman named Alina whose life had been touched by a great loss. The time before this loss, the years she had spent with her beloved partner, seemed in her memory to be a place of perfect, unending sunshine. After he was gone, her present life on the mainland felt grey, colorless, and cold, and so she found a way to escape. Every morning she would go down to the shore, unlock a small rowboat, and row out across the water to a beautiful, sun-drenched island that only she could see. This was the island of yesterday. On this island, every memory of her lost love was perfectly preserved and vividly alive. The moment she stepped onto its sandy shore, she was back in that golden time. She could hear his laughter in the rustle of the palm trees. She could feel the warmth of his hand in the heat of the sun on her skin. She would spend her days walking the familiar paths of their shared past, reliving their happiest moments, from their first meeting to their last perfect holiday. On the island, nothing ever changed, nothing faded, nothing could ever hurt her again. It was a perfect, hermetically sealed sanctuary of what was. This daily pilgrimage became the entire focus of Alina's life. She neglected her small cottage on the mainland. The garden grew weedy, the paint began to peel. When new neighbors moved in and tried to befriend her, she was polite but distant. Her real life, her true home, was on the island. She didn't see the point in investing in the messy, unpredictable, and often lonely reality of the mainland when she could have the guaranteed perfection of the past. She was slowly starving her present to feed her memory, believing the ghost of old happiness was better than the potential for a new, uncertain one. A wise old Zen master who lived in a small temple up the coast observed Alina's daily ritual. He saw the longing in her eyes as she rode away each morning, and the sadness that clung to her when she returned each evening. One day, he met her at the shore as she was securing her boat for the night. "The island is beautiful, isn't it?" he asked gently. Alina was startled, but she nodded, her eyes filling with tears. "It is perfect," she whispered. "Everything there is still perfect." The master nodded. "A perfect thing is a finished thing," he said. "Tell me, Alina, does anything new ever grow on your island? Does the path ever change? Do you ever find a seashell you have not seen before?" Alina thought for a moment and then shook her head. "No," she admitted. "It is always exactly the same." The master looked from the empty sea where the island lay hidden to the mainland shore, where new wildflowers were pushing up through the sand. "The past is a beautiful place to visit," he said, "but it is a barren place to live. True life, with all its messy, unpredictable, beautiful potential for new growth, is only ever here." He gestured to the solid ground beneath their feet. "You cannot plant a new garden on the island of yesterday. Alina's story is our story. We all have our own private islands of memory, a time in our past that we have polished to perfection. It might be the island of our university days, when life felt full of freedom and promise. It might be the island of the early years of our marriage, before things grew complicated. It might be the island of a career where we felt successful and important. When the mainland of our present life feels difficult or disappointing, it is so tempting to get in our little rowboat and escape to that perfect, unchanging past. We scroll through old photos, we reread old letters, we daydream. There is nothing inherently wrong with this. It is human to cherish happy memories. The danger comes when we, like Alina, stop visiting and take up residence there. We start to believe that the past is more real, more valuable than the present. This is a subtle form of resistance to the fundamental truth of impermanence. We are trying to find a permanent refuge in a world where everything is in flow. The island feels safe because it is static, but life is not static. Life is growth, change, decay, and renewal. To refuse to participate in that cycle is to refuse life itself. We are choosing a beautiful, static photograph over a messy, unpredictable, and living film. The cost of this choice is immense. We miss the new wildflowers. We don't meet the new neighbors. We fail to notice the new strengths and wisdoms that are emerging within us right now on the challenging soil of the mainland. Let us now locate our own island. In the quiet of your mind, let your awareness drift over the ocean of your past. What is the island that calls to you? What is the golden time that you return to again and again for comfort? A time you have perhaps idealized into a state of perfection. See it clearly. See its sunlit shores, its familiar, happy paths. There is no shame in this. Acknowledge the beauty of this place. Acknowledge the comfort and safety it has offered you. Thank this island of memory for having been a sanctuary. For you when the mainland felt too harsh. Now, imagine you are standing on its shore. Feel the perfect, unchanging warmth, and ask the Zen masters questions of yourself. Does anything new ever grow here? Does the weather ever change? Can I meet a new person here? Can I learn a new skill? The answer, of course, is no. The island is a beautiful, finished story. It is a museum of a former life. It is time to go back to the mainland, not because the island is bad, but because you are alive and life is happening elsewhere. Imagine yourself walking back to your small rowboat. It may feel difficult, like leaving the most wonderful place on earth. This is the pain of letting go of an attachment. But as you push the boat out into the water and begin to row, you are not rowing toward a lesser place. You are rowing toward the only place where life is actually happening. You are rowing towards your future. As you reach the shore of the present, pull your boat up onto the sand. Turn around and look back at the beautiful island, now a distant shape on the horizon. Bow to it in gratitude. You can always remember it, but you will no longer live there. Now, turn your back to the sea and face the mainland. It might seem overgrown, a little chaotic. The path isn't clear, but it is real. It is vibrant. It is where things grow. It is home. What island of memory? Do you retreat to Kenya, honor its beauty, and then find the courage to row back to the mainland where your future is waiting to be lived?
you.